It's F-Flex on the beat. It's F-Flex on the beat. F-Flex on the beat. F-Flex on the beat. F-Flex on the beat.
first.
Hello everyone and welcome to the penultimate day of VCT EMEA playoffs. We have just 3 teams left here and it's time to see who will be joining Fnatic in the grand finals tomorrow. I'm your host Yingsu and I'm joined by a very full desk here. Today we have Cougar, Hypoc and PM, the head coach of Cougar. Thank you so much for joining us, PM. What have you been up to?
Well, not much.
Yeah?
Watching the games, enjoying my time. I went to the CSGO major in Paris.
Yeah?
But you came back? That's
And I came back.
That's the important bit.
I came back
yeah.
for the main game.
Yeah.
I came
He's
back for the
sore
main
and
game.
he's like, nah, I'm going to be back to Messe Berlin, mate. And Mike, what you been up to?
Chilling.
getting
Nice,
some tech pauses.
Yeah, a couple of tech pauses, but I get a day to relax now with you guys. I can have opinions without being flamed, which is nice.
Yeah,
Oh,
bias
you
caster
get
no
extra-
more.
Obviously.
extra flame
We'll
today.
see about that.
Extra flame today. Well,
Yeah.
PM's here, so I gotta watch
Exactly.
There's Spanish teams here, so Cougar also doesn't get to be
Okay.
biased today. I do though, because the FUT are playing, so I get to be biased about the Turkish team. So I look forward to that. With that said, let's take a look at the bracket for playoffs because we are towards the end of it now. We have just 2 best of 5s left, but as you can see, Cougar, FUT, they live here now. I don't think they've actually left the studio. They've played every single day.
Reminds me of me last year when we were in Spandau and I was in Freaks. I stayed there for an entire 3 months. But yeah, it's crazy to see that they have played against every single opponent and it's still, they probably want that rematch against Fnatic. So let's see how they do today.
You reckon they're going to get it, Mike?
I keep saying this, right? Every time FUT play, they get better and better, but there's still that, oh no, and again, with the Fnatic loss, that was, in my eyes, the first map, yeah, sure, throw it away, but I'm still waiting for the moment where it's just like somebody actually adjusts to how FUT are playing right now. I actually think they have a good chance against Liquid today.
But also PM, they've been here every day, which means it's pretty tiring, right, at this point. How much do you think they've got left in them?
A lot. I think
Yeah?
that they're finally showing what they're capable of, so they're motivated. Because the season was not so good for them, and in the end, in the playoffs, they are going to do the big, long, run for it. And I think that's motivating them a lot to get revenge on every teams. And they got 1 map against Fnatic, so they're very capable, and I think they will do it against Liquid.
All right, okay, welcome PM, welcome on my side of the desk. But if I could actually borrow you for a second, let's
sure.
walk over here, we'll do the little walk here, because we got something pretty special prepared for you. Obviously, we don't always get you joining us, if you can walk over there. So I thought, it would be fun to do something with you because, as we all know, Zaysh is now on your roster as a pro player. So there's a vacancy opened up, right, for the assistant coach position.
Oh.
So I wanted to ask you whether it was okay for me, Mike, Hypoc, and Cougar to audition to be your next assistant coach. So we're very prepared. We're gonna give you some pitches, and you can pick your assistant coach from here.
All right.
If you like any of us. So I'm gonna start right. I have no coaching experience, PM, but I do have managerial experience.
I know
you
that.
might not know this, but I was actually the team
Summon
manager.
FC.
Yes,
I remember.
of Summon FC. Now you have a lot of rookie players on your team. I have a lot of experience working with them. Doma back then, before he joined Fnatic, Chak as well, Boaster, Mystic, you name it, I've worked with them. So I do have experience with rookies. So I believe I could be a good assistant coach option for you. Number 2, second reason. I also speak Chinese. You might not know what this means. This actually means that 我会说中文, which means I speak Chinese.
Yeah.
So when your team gets flamed, things like, oh, you better start learning Chinese, buddy. I know how to speak Chinese. So I'm going to be pretty good for the team morale. I don't even need to learn. I've got this skill with me already, which I think is pretty important.
And do you speak French?
I mean, between the 2 of us, we can take over the world. We can take over the world, PM, on the language side. And the last but not least, I don't have any playing experience, but I am actually an in-game leader. You think Boaster comes up with anything for Fnatic, but no, he actually takes all of my lineups. I'm the one that actually...
So you're the woman behind the guy.
Exactly. I taught him everything he knows. So just in case you need to sub in another IGL down the line,
Yeah?
as an assistant coach, I could do that job.
So I get you, I get everything that Boaster is knowing,
Yes.
and I get the Fnatic playbook.
Yes. Fnatic playbook, you get some Chinese and you get rookie experience. So I feel like I'm a pretty hot candidate, but I will give the other 2 a chance. Mike, you're next.
Interesting presentation. I'm coming in with a little bit of a different angle. Obviously, I'm going to lean on my playing experience, former pro player in another game, which shan't be mentioned. But big thing, the key thing for me, I actually peaked higher than Zaysh in terms of his ranked experience so far.
So you did get carried by someone.
Okay.
Is there some context about it?
No, absolutely not. Solo queue, pure solo queue to Radiant. And obviously some of the discipline issues you guys have been having, some of the macro stuff, I bring the Radiant ranked experience into, I can adapt that into Carmine Core's game, which I think is really important. I think it's what you guys need.
So you put discipline and solo queue in the same sentence?
Absolutely. Absolutely, yeah. I mean, we can
That's
work
risky.
on, we can work, it's risky, sure, but I got the talent. I got the talent. It's
Okay.
proven. It's proven.
And what's your agent pool?
I'm working on that.
All right.
Mostly feeling ranked. It's a lot of binging Omen and Killjoy.
Oh, that's good.
I mean, yeah. Sentinel, I understand the game at a higher level, obviously. Sentinel mains do.
Okay.
So, second point, I'm very attentive, very organized. As you can see here from my iPhone home screen, always responding to messages in a timely fashion. You can see here how organized my calendar is. I will never miss a team meeting. We'll never miss a scrim, never miss a VOD review, nothing. And obviously
sure.
these numbers here reinforce that. So yeah,
That explains why you ghosted me on Twitter.
Sure, I think you might be one of these two.
Oh, that's
Might
me.
be, yeah, you might be one of these two down
who's
there.
the
on
other
one? Probably Yinsu or Beta, to be honest
I
with
guess.
you.
Okay.
But yeah, absolutely. Again, if we just focus on the calendar up here, look at this, how
Let's
organized
be honest, that's
things
the message
are.
from Yinsu telling, oh, PM is on the show today, and you met me today, and that's,
Yeah, well,
that was awkward.
last night when you wanted a couple of pointers and what was going to happen, this was the surprise. This is why I ghosted you.
Yeah,
But
okay.
anyway, no worries about the organization.
No hard feelings.
Yeah, absolutely not.
Oh, that's great.
Third and finally, the most important one. You can see here, I have a background in corporate finance. I understand the economy to a very, very deep level, right? And obviously some of the things, the screecos we were seeing throughout, are you familiar with the term screeco?
No.
It's a scream eco, where you don't have enough money, but you still buy a Guardian, you still buy full utility,
All
full shield, a sheriff, anything like that.
Okay.
I can really, really bring that back in line. Again, this is obviously helped by the fact I have a lot of ranked experience at high level, and some of the disciplines there have, I think, put me in a very good position to be an assistant coach and help you out. Yeah. That's my
Okay.
pitch. How do you feel? Any feedback for me?
That was a bit aggressive, but yeah, the economy we need.
Okay. Cool. I'll
The
leave it
other
at
things,
that.
I'm not so sure about it. Like discipline in solo queue doesn't sound right.
I'll show you.
But yeah, show me some
Yeah.
thoughts.
I got this. It's my turn.
Yeah?
Okay, PM. I'm gonna start with my first reason. I can't remember the order that I submitted in, so I'm just gonna wait for production to put it in. The first one is my certificate in French. You know that je peux parler français. I mean, I'm a little bit rusty. Okay?
Ça c'est bon. Ça c'est génial.
But, yeah, I know that is génial. But also, just think of this, okay? I can also speak Spanish. There are 3 Spanish teams here. I can get that information. You know.
So you're a spy too.
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
And we can use it to notre avantage, you know? So, you know, pretty clean. I learn pretty quickly. So just I say that with 1 month, we can get back to this level, okay?
Yeah.
So I can, you know, get myself into the team. I will understand everything and we will save up a lot of time. Plus, not only that, I thought about the future. So can we please show the second slide? This has been edited. This was me doing a Lara Croft, but we could not show that on stream. But just imagine this is 2 guns. This is my VLR page, and as you can see, I beat Team Singularity some time ago, but it was me. That's what matters.
That was
it
you.
was matter because you have already had to sub an assistant coach in. But if the situation happens again, I can play. I have the competitive
That's the proof of
experience.
it, yeah.
I have the wins. And
Yeah.
this was me 20 years ago. This is actually me. 20 years ago doing a Lara Croft that we had to edit. But you know, I have always this is a lifelong thing. This is part of me. Okay?
That's you.
Exactly.
That's what you need.
But not only that,
Ice
I have a
creams and
third
games.
option.
Okay,
I have
yeah,
a third slide, a third reason. And it's that I make very good presentations. I'm very good with word.
Yeah, okay.
You might remember my why Carmine Corp is actually the best French team. I have always been on your side. You should see my scouting reports. They're going to be beautiful. And that's why you should choose me.
It's a nice presentation, I have
Like
to
that,
say.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Even it's in in Spanish too.
It's incredible.
It's a mixed. Yeah.
Yeah. I just
Nice.
it's a special touch.
That was
Let's
very
get back.
convincing.
All right, let's bring PM back over here and get him to make a verdict. Honestly, I think all of us put in a pretty good shift for that. I think that's probably the most work I've put in this entire year, prepping for that presentation. But PM, you have the final say. Which one of us is the next Keiko assistant coach?
So I will start with which one of you won't be and be.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay.
Oh my
right.
God.
We all get feedback.
Yeah.
So Mike, I'm sorry. You're a great fit,
Yeah.
but not for us. We don't need a solo queue player as an assistant coach. And
I had one before though.
Oh, we have so many of them. But it's fine. It's fine. I'm sure you'll bounce
I'm not
back and
salty.
find some. In the finals, maybe you will find something.
Okay.
I mean, No hard feelings.
I'm not salty.
Yeah,
It's
Good
fine.
luck.
Maybe
Yeah, good
because you ghosted me on Twitter too. But
Honestly, I'm just
lost on that.
I'm just happy as one of us. I don't really mind which one. I'm just happy as us, one of us.
She's laughing.
Yeah.
yeah. So I'm sorry, Bear.
Let's
believe
go! Let's go!
Not only I speak French, I literally said that I would spy on the Spanish team for him.
Yeah.
I
I
have
am so sick.
I have a
Even-
sneaky feeling it's because I have both the strat book, right? Is that why?
Honestly, yes.
It's not even because of me.
If you're the woman in the mind behind Boaster,
Yeah.
I need her.
It's not even because of me, guys. It's because of Boaster. It's okay. I'll take it. I'll take it.
Kill
So,
Damage.
I don't really need the koi strategy, you know, they are not that successful as we are,
Oh.
so.
I mean, hopefully our teams today can
But you
show
do speak French, and she
Yeah.
speaks Chinese, which doesn't
I
make
also
any
speak
sense in
Spanish.
Carmine Corp, but we take it anyway.
All right, I'll take the win, guys. I'll take
Yeah.
the win. I don't win a lot in life, so
It's
I'll take that
fixed.
one.
It's fixed.
And speaking
And
of
you're
wins,
sulking now.
we are going to be seeing which team will be winning today to join Fnatic for tomorrow. It's time to talk about Team Liquid and FUT. Well, it's going to be a very interesting match today. First of all, it's a best of 5. It's the first best of 5 we've seen this entire year in EMEA. When it comes to Team Liquid, though, Cougar, they have a lot of experience in a best of 5. They've played quite a few of them, and they've won almost
them.
every single one except for one best of 5 against Fnatic.
Yeah, exactly. And some people might not remember this, but actually we created the LCQ, the Liquid Champions Qualifier, just for them. So, of course, that last win is the one that got them to champions. So it makes a lot of sense that they have all that experience. We know that the roster has swapped, but historically, they've been getting those results.
Yeah, I guess the only concern I would have is we're looking at a different Liquid, right? This Liquid, this roster feels a bit more
Is it a
top
concern?
heavy. I think it is a concern, yeah, because I feel it's a little more top heavy in terms of the map veto. Again, we don't know what we're going to be playing today just yet, but I think that's definitely a comparison we can make to the previous Liquid roster.
Is the best of 5 experience important, PM, you think, in this scenario, or does it not matter as much, you feel like?
No, it is, because it's a long match, and you know that in the end, third, fourth, 5 map in the end, it's a long match. So if you know how it's going to end, because you're tired and exhausted, and you have the experience of this before, it's going to help a lot.
I mean, looking at this Liquid, despite winning this many, they've never 3-0'd anyone. They've always gone to that map 4
In
or
true
map
Liquid
5.
fashion.
Yeah, so I mean, they even have experience of doing that as well. But if we look ahead on FUT's side, they are currently running the gauntlet of beating every team that beat them in the regular season. They've taken down Giants, they've taken down Na'Vi. If they can win today, they will take down Liquid as well. But PM, how big of a task it is for a team that have never gone this far ever in a Tier 1 tournament before?
Not so big, actually. I think that what matters the most was the qualification for the Masters, and it's all bonus for them. And now they found their vibe. They had a map against Fnatic, and they are taking revenge on every team on the block. So I don't think it's much of a challenge, actually. It's fun for them to be here.
I think it's more than
think-
that. I think that they're really looking forward to this. I think that they've made an impression in all of us since the beginning
Yeah.
of the season, and now they want to prove a point.
Sure.
For them, it's not over yet. I think that they're very hungry for this victory.
I think the important thing to note as well, coming into a best of 5, we're talking about mental fortitude and that exhaustion factor. FUT have actually kept up the tempo.
Yeah.
I think now that actually with qualification out of the way, the pressure's almost relieved a little bit. And yeah, they've been here obviously grinding through, but again, Turkish teams, they have that grind mindset, right? This literally plays to their strengths, right? To get this many reps in such a short period of time.
And the idea is to put Turkey back on the map. Since I would say the SMB day, like we didn't have a big only Turkish guys team putting the Turkey back on the map, having good results.
Yeah.
It's been some time for it, and I think it's really great for the Turkish community to have a team coming back and maybe they could get a revenge on Fnatic. I'm pushing
Oh.
forward, but
Well, the funny thing about that is that SMB team, their dream was ended by Nats and Redgar in the grand finals against Gambit.
That's
But
true,
if we
yeah.
take a look at the last time these two teams played against each other, Liquid versus FUT, Mike, you speak about top heavy in terms of map pool. Do you expect these maps, obviously Icebox is not here anymore, but Ascent, Lotus to split to come up again? And if it does it favor Liquid or FUT?
I do, yeah. I think, yes, even though it feels a little more top-heavy for Liquid, I think they probably have the depth, right? Where we've seen FUT really excel has been on Lotus. That has to be a concern for Liquid coming in for sure. But I also think with, again, this sort of momentum that they're building and the way in which they play, the pace, the aggression, kind of that death ball approach to it, I think can actually be adapted to a couple of the maps that we haven't seen them do so yet.
I think it's so important that FUT played Fracture yesterday because now it probably changes the scheme of things of what they want to
It was a big
present.
question mark.
Exactly.
Yeah.
They left it open, they played it, and they won. So, of course, when the team's looking from the outside, is okay, it was a bait. We bit into it, we failed, and they got the map, they got the win thanks to that. Now FUT has the upper hand talking about the maps because if they leave it open again, will Team Liquid pick it?
I mean, speaking of Fracture, I hate to do it to Redgar. Eagle, I love you. But we got to take a look at those times that he TP'd Fracture, bind
Do we?
into Lambs, into Heaven as well. PM, you know, this, I mean, players, they make mistakes a lot, but this is just a little bit painful, I think.
yeah, it is. I think he had a plan, very precise and prepared plan, and it did not unfold as
He
planned.
just forgot about the plan. Like, the execute was clear in his head.
Yeah,
What would you
yeah.
do if one of your players did this? If you were spectating, how are you feeling?
I would feel like the preparation was maybe too theoretical, you know, and you have to go and play the game and feel the game. It feels like it's moves that you do when you don't feel the game. It's very often the case with an IGL because it's so much like laid back and, you know, thinking about strategies, tactics, and what the players should do, what the team and your opponents are doing, that you don't really play and feel the game. And you don't have to think about how you play. It's, I would say, thinking too much, and that's creating that kind of mistakes.
Yeah, I don't want to see it again. I know definitely at this point you were kind of tearing your hair out.
Everybody in the production area of the venue has heard you and me screaming.
I heard you screaming from outside.
Yeah.
I wasn't even in the building.
Yeah, and Bonkar wasn't even playing, which is even more impressive. But what we do want to see, though, as two of you guys, I invite you to head over there, is some of the Viper stuff that we saw. I think some of the wars are getting more creative, particularly on maps like Lotus as well.
Yes.
So what did you pick up?
Yes, exactly. I wanted to take a look at the comparison because we know that there's a high chance of Lotus happening today, and we know as well that Liquid has played it very recently, as well as FUT. Sorry, this pen. So we wanted to take a look at the different Viper walls that they've been using from the defense, right? Because we know that Team Liquid has changed their compositions, and we wanted, you know, show a little bit or kind of theorize behind the reason why this wall, and this is something that I wanted to ask you, PM, this wall is not coming from up to here.
Yeah.
Sorry,
That's the default one. That's the wall you're using most of the time.
I can't draw, but it's coming to this extent. Why do you think that happens?
So there is many ideas. The first one is that you want to actually retake deeply into the pillar here, and you want to get close and fight into it. But it's unlikely they will try it because it's a big area. So you might get in your head like it's a threat on your opponents, and they will think it's a new wall, it's a weird wall, what they want to do with it, and actually nothing. Just the pressure of it will be good. And there might be a lot of explanations for this. It was against Fnatic, and they like to take slowly pillar if they are given the chance to. If they see non-contest here, they will go slowly here, and that was a trap for Fnatic, I would say. So will we see it again today? Maybe. But once you go back on sites, and they like to do it a lot, it's currently in the meta to go back on site A, being alone, take information from far away, this wall will be pretty much useless. So they might go back to the default one.
Surprising as well, because it was very unlikely to see Solkas. I think that in the second round, just on a second tempo, he would push. But actually, on that first wave, he wouldn't even use the hunt to even get some information onto here. So maybe that is another layer, something that they need to keep improving, and definitely something that they can change for today. Now, if we take a very quick look at what FUT does when they're defensive, when the defense starts, they do swap the walls a lot, and this depends a lot on the enemies. First, we have this one. I want to get your thoughts on this wall and the pressure that it puts on the attackers.
So the first time I saw this wall was actually in Liquid team. That's the Team Liquid wall, and it's putting a pressure on obviously B and C, but they were using it with a flash. So you get behind the wall, and you throw a flash from KO, and you pick as 2 or 3, and you try to trap someone in the sand. So that's the main idea behind it. Obviously, you can push deeper on B or make them think that you push deeper. It's a good pressure.
I think it works good for them playing with the Neo. They also have one that goes very aggressive onto here, or just the basic one. So it's good to see that they can adapt to what the enemy is putting on the board.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing if we see any more new stuff coming out today. But of course, as all the teams say, Mike, they want to save stuff for Tokyo. They don't want to bring anything too funky. But at the same time, surely this is a good testing point as well.
Yeah, it is a good testing point. I don't agree with that sentiment. Again, we were talking about Na'Vi wants to get through to qualification for playoffs, and then obviously the next step being securing Tokyo. I don't believe at this point anybody's really sandbagging, right? All bets are off, to be honest with you, at this point. Obviously, the final placement here in playoffs is so crucial. There's no logic in it.
Yeah, of course, but if they win today, they get to skip groups in Tokyo, which is massive.
I think that it's massive, but I do agree in the fact that some teams are saving stuff. I think that the Fnatic that we saw yesterday was very linear, that we're not showing anything new, and I think that that is the Fnatic that can make it, that, you know, can take that room to just improve on those small things and then just bring into Tokyo. They don't need to use them here.
Well, both teams today, they are going to be looking for a shot at Fnatic tomorrow. You've seen FUT every single day already. Why not see them again today? They are here ready to walk on stage alongside Team Liquid. Let's bring the players out.
Team Liquid. FUT Esports.
Trying to push to the top of the pack, think I'd stop, no, never that. Trying to get to the top of my game. I don't want to hear no talk from names. I don't want to do it if there's not no game. Them man are looking for them man don't train. Hey, I can't accept one loss. Trying to be something I'm not. Trying to push to the top of the pack, think I'd stop, no, never that. I can't accept one loss. Trying to be something I'm not. Trying to push to the top of the pack, think I'd stop, no, never that.
Honestly, it's really adorable to see Rhaegar sprinting onto the stage, but I just hope he didn't have the spike on him when he was doing that.
I understand the
That's really.
Let's get him out of the way early.
That's harassment.
Yeah.
That's harassment.
I'm sorry. I had to. But also, I don't know if you guys seen, but there's a really cute sort of wholesome friendship between Yumpy and Atta Captain. They take like a ton of pictures together on social media. So I feel like even though they might want to really beat Liquid, it feels like a more of a friendly vibe than a proper, like, we hate you, we want to take you down.
They're making friends before going to Japan. They know that they're going to probably spend there a bunch of time, so better to do it with friends.
Yeah, well, let's take a look at the map vetoes and see where we're going to go here. PM, you think they're going to ban out the usual maps, Pearl and Fracture maybe? Never mind. Liquid bans Haven. There we go.
And
We're back to Gambit.
Yeah.
yeah, that's already a surprise. We could have Pearl. We will have Pearl. We don't know when and where.
And they choose Ascent as their first pick. I'm confused.
Yeah, I mean, this is actually, well, with Lotus second, this feels
There was
like
an opening on
actually,
split, right?
Yeah, of
Yeah.
course. I mean, they could have picked anything outside of Haven and Fracture.
Well, this actually feels like it's front-loaded for FUT, to be honest with you. I
Yeah.
think there's a chance, actually, the FUT go 2 up in this split being the big question.
Yeah.
I think they have to bring something different. That's where we've
Oh.
probably seen the anomaly in terms of FUT's overall performance being split, to be honest with you.
I mean, Liquid banning out Haven, it kind of feels like,
Hey,
I get it.
I get it,
Yeah.
because actually, FUT's utility usage, particularly on the retakes on Haven, have been phenomenal with the Gecko. I think that the one team that's actually made it look as close to viable as can be, to be honest with you.
So the surprise for me is that they didn't jump on Pearl right away, and they let it at the end of the picks.
You mean for FUT? not to jump on?
Yeah. And the split shows what Team Liquid could have gone for split, but I think they are underestimating themselves on this map.
Oh, well, let's have a look and see what we should be getting on Ascent. Kakuka, over to you with PM as well to break some of this down?
You're always welcome to join me here at the Telestrator. I love that we're going to see Ascent. I love that we're going to see it as a first map. What we also are thinking that might happen is that Nats is going to go on that Cypher. We know when we had a surprise when they swapped the compositions last time and they played on Lotus, I believe, with the Killjoy, but it's something that on Ascent is still not happening. So I am literally showing you the 15 first seconds, okay, so the first wave of the attack. This is Nats positions the last time that they played this map was against Vitality. So the cams I'm going to activate right now, as you can see, are onto mid. Basically what he's going to do is be guarding these angles, right? And then later in the round, just use a cage to protect over here. What do you think about this way of putting that pressure onto mid?
That's really good, and that's the main asset of Cypher, is to take space, especially in early rounds or even later in the round. On attack, you can't really do this with Killjoy, obviously. So when you do this, you are thinking there is only Cypher doing it and you want to punish him, but it could be a trap, like it could be that and people with him. And that's the main idea, is putting pressure on the map early on, later on, and is creating space and information for his teammates, and that's very valuable. So obviously everyone is playing Killjoy on this map, on Ascent, and most likely every maps. But when you have a Cypher, and when you have Nats on Cypher, you're getting this. You're getting a very proactive lurker and some space over to it.
Yeah, exactly. The traps are just going to be pretty basic. They're just going to follow that there is no information coming in. If we take a look at the positions from Redgar, if I remove Nats, look at where he is. He's very, you know, thinking of this right side of the map and just going to maybe be aggressive towards this, maybe trying to fight for that orb. What I want to say is that Team Liquid could be very predictable in those things, but it's the mid factor that leaves the question always open for their opponents.
Yeah, and maybe today's the day that we see Nats deviate, maybe? He did tell me backstage that he has a Killjoy ready. I don't know on what map, Mike, but he is ready for it.
For Redgar to play it?
No, sorry, Nats.
I was going to say. I mean, yeah, this...
No, Redgar's playing Reyna, mate.
Well, yeah. Honestly, this all started with that. Well, I can't even remember who it was versus, but there was one game on Lotus where Redgar just bought an op in like round 5. That was where it was like the slow decline of just like going... No, I mean like a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah.
And there's just been a slow decline since then in terms of Redgar's decision making.
We are into agent select here. Ascent is not really somewhere that you deviate from. I know Giants like to play the Viper here and there, but on the whole, it's a pretty normal comp that we see.
Yeah, the thing is that when these two played against each other on this map, Ata Captain was not fully in the roster. I think it was Moosh playing. And we remember that the first time that he then incorporated onto the roster, he was playing the Raze, and he's been adapting onto the things that they want to do in this map. So I think that it's going to go very differently for them.
What do you think, Mike?
Yeah, I think this is something. Ata Captain is definitely a talking point here, especially in terms of actually the head-to-head in terms of the controller. But for me, this comes down to Kiwi, right? So many times we talk about Ascent and it being, obviously we're safe on the other side. We've seen the performance already with him on this map. Crucially here, I think Kiwi's, it favors him so much on the defense, and it's his adjustment that actually puts FUT in a position to be decisive, be proactive on the defense. And I think that's where Liquid have struggled. It's been kind of that first 20 to 30 seconds in terms of fact finders not giving away first bloods. I think that's something that Liquid definitely need to tidy up today.
Yeah, and PM, very quickly, how do you shut Kiwi down on a map like this if you are Liquid?
Being disciplined about it and making sure that you don't do mistakes. But honestly, I would like the teams to do mistakes or actually go for new things and try new things, because while they're qualified already, it's sure you want to win, but it's perfect match. You want to try things, go crazy about it. It's the time to do it.
Well, if it's anyone that's going to go crazy about it, I feel like these two teams definitely have what it takes. And it's time to jump into Ascent with your casters today. It is Mitch and Tom.
Thank you so much, Yinsu, and the analyst desk looking stacked today. I'm liking this. All right, Tom, all right, relax yourself. I'm excited to get this one kicked off, man. Both these teams losing to Fnatic recently, but looking clean in all their other matches. This could go all the way.
Yeah, I feel like this is the story of the two teams at the beginning of the season. Like Liquid obviously losing and Lockin bombing out, nobody knowing what to expect from them. FUT being one of the most, I guess, underrated teams from the very beginning, not high expectations, and now making it to playoffs. And now they face off to make it to the grand final, to fight the king once again. That's the goal for these two teams. Obviously a chance to make it into the playoffs of Japan as well while doing it, which is a nice little bonus along the way. But the fact is, you might look at this game and go, oh, they've already qualified. For both of these teams, they want to be in that final. They want a shot at the trophy.
They most definitely do. Top two coming out of the EMEA, up for grabs for the winner of this series, and maybe an opportunity to seek revenge up against Fnatic, something both of these teams will be willing to do, want to do. Attack side for Team Liquid as we start out in Ascent, and you know, Ascent being Team Liquid's map pick, it might look strange. You think about FUT all season long, they've been undefeated on it except for that first week up against Team Liquid, who were able to beat them pound for pound here. This map is going to tell us everything we need to know about this series.
Yeah, it's also possible that maybe Liquid don't want to start off on their strongest map in case they come in a little bit cold, warm up into the series. A man who never really needs a warm up though, Kiwi. No surprise, he's going to have that first blood into the server. A quick swing from Yumpy. And he's going to use his drone. He does have support, so there's not going to be any sort of swing just yet. And instead, it's Nats actually coming up with a double through mid. I think he's just caught both rotations.
This round, A-plan fell apart completely for Team Liquid, but it's Nats lurking. Who's surprised to hear that that has found success for this squad? And they've got to worry about him now because he's dished up this entire part of the map. Now, look, they don't know the B-side is clear. They don't know it's wide open. They don't know that Nats is going to have one hell of a fight on mid. Okay! I thought he was taken down there, but no, he's up for the ace. Nats lurking is a dangerous thing to face against, and well, FUT learned that the hard way.
Okay,
First round.
Nats is on today, in case anybody was calling that into question. An ace to kick off the pistol. A round that started fairly poorly for Liquid, and then just a high impact lurk. He catches off both rotations, continues to take space, and while his teammates are rotating to get themselves a plant, he's already won them the round. What a start for Nats.
I don't blame FUT for attempting that flank. The push through B main was getting them information. They thought they could make it through market and quickly cut off that push that was happening on A, crunch the players on short and make a great round of it. And normally that would have happened. It was only one guy standing in their way, but it was the wrong guy. FUT left down to just a few pistols here as Team Liquid. Oh my God! Just a few pistols. Well, that one in particular, you want to watch out for. That's a clean start, but the impact of that won't really be felt by Liquid yet. They've got 3 rifles, a pistol left over on Redgar still, so there is room for them to lose even another player.
Yeah, of course, one of the most exciting battles throughout this series will be looking at Safe and Kiwi. I think they're not ready to fight the king of Durka just yet. I'm not sure that they're gunning for that #1 duelist spot in EMEA, but I think if you're talking about the second best duelist in EMEA, both of these players are in the argument right now. So maybe coming out at the end of the series, we'll have a better idea of where they currently stand. For now, though, Liquid taking their time. Now, this does have the possibility of the rotations going the wrong way for FUT, but at least for now, they're still in the right place at the right time.
That's good. He's got a kill off of it. Damage as well onto another. Still going with more. After the reload, his teammates are here to clean up. Damage done. And it's down to a 2v2. Another winnable situation. Head peek angle, not good. With Redgar winning that one out. Ada Captains all alone. Coming in with the paranoia. It could have been huge. Maybe it still will be if it can catch them. But he's not even going to burn it up. Instead, sneaking out to try and find an angle, try and find a duel. And when he does, I think it'll be that double peek. Paranoia is good, though.
Oh, just completely blind, just sprinting, gets the headshot. Still a decent round for FUT. They've managed to do a lot of damage. Kiwi making things costly, and on the other side of things, where, as you mentioned, they went in with 3 rifles, a couple of pistols. They do lose one of the rifles at least, so a bit more problematic than they would have liked it to be, but ultimately kicking things off over on that attack side, they're doing all right.
Yeah, look, a 2-0 start, not too bad. Sure, a little bit more reinvestment than you'd like, but they're going to make that up by playing the Ghost on Redgar in this round. Okay, by playing the Bookie.
Sorry, the what? Yeah,
the good old Bookie on Redgar. Interesting choice here. Let's see what the idea is. Smokes have gone out far. He's not going to have an opportunity to get up close and personal to start with. Dash out. Redgar still not taking his chance. I'm not surprised. Eventually, though, they're going to make their way to site. You have to think maybe Shrouded stepping in there. Never mind, Nets is just cleaning house. Ult is off for info, and they don't need it. Team Liquid already in a 4v1. And it's Maj, his position given away, that has to clutch this one out. They know exactly where he is. He has a chance to reposition. It's a chance to grab a kill at least. Dodges the shock dart as well. Things are going well to start with. This might be winnable. 9 bullets left. Has to be careful with where he fires them off. Redgar so low, he'll get it, and the spray transfer almost gets them the round. But in the end, Team Liquid They end up on 3, the bonus with huge success.
There's so much depth to this FUT roster. It just seems at any moment anyone can pick up a round, like we've highlighted. Ada Captain, Kiwi, no doubt, Mr. Fallen himself. It really has just been across the board, and that's before I even get to the likes of Cracks and the man who almost just won a 1v4. Like, it really is just an absurd roster. But that was a round that was a bonus for Liquid, that they managed to take over the line. We looked at this map, we questioned this map being their choice, mainly because it feels like a middle map. It feels like a map that either side can take, highlighted by the desk as well, but right now, 3-0 start on the attack side. I'm waiting for FUT to wake up.
Yeah, FUT really wanted to get aggressive on A main here. We had a flash go over along with a recon to push them back, keep them contained, and, well, despite the fact that these players were stuck on the site because they were 3 stacked, they wanted to get some information. They wanted to play aggressive, and there you go. A free kill that came through for Kiwi, and now the opportunity to extend further. Team Liquid are looking elsewhere. They don't want to push into A now that they've been pushed back. They don't want to retake the control. Instead, they hope there's opportunities brewing for them over on this B site. It's taken them a while waiting for the rotation of Yumpy, but finally they're going to be making their way through, and it's Maj. He's got such a great position, but they swing wide, and they're ready for it.
Yeah, the idea is to have the contact off the turret, give him the info, and then he can basically just start spamming that judge out and try to do as much damage as possible, but it seemed like they were just about ready for it. A 2-2 split, definitely not going to be the best thing for the defenders here. With such a weaponry disadvantage, the only player that you could really hope to do anything on is Kiwi. And it's interesting because he now has a rifle and a blade storm. Like, you
30 seconds left.
almost think it might be worth investing the blade storm and give over the rifle.
In a 5v4, yeah, I'm with you. That's definitely where I'd be leaning. Maybe it would be just having both of those players on B and a potential retake to play. But if damage is done here, they might just make that call. Let's see. Good opportunity for FUT, but they're not finding the duels, and Redgar shut them down. At this point, do you want to risk it?
No.
Not without a kill.
No, I think there needs to be a mistake on the side of Liquid, an overextension. Now, they know that there's a rifle on the other side as well, so it's not just as easy as sort of cleaning up some of those extra kills.
Here.
If anybody was going to be able to pull something off, it would be Kiwi. Just hoping to try and get something for free with the spam, but again, he might just want to try and hold this into the next round. That's probably why he hasn't burned the blade storm, is if he dies here, he'll still have that at least.
Yeah, exactly. And that if is starting to look like more of a likelihood. Yumpy's got great timing. I mean, he caught the hairpin as it swung around the corner.
Okay.
Kiwi's still good, okay. Dash out as well, making it to the other side of the map. There's a player coming to meet him on mid. Nats might actually have the angle if Kiwi crosses over to market. In fact, Nats is swinging in. There's the punish, and yeah, a good thing he still has that blade storm because they're going to need it.
Yeah. Again, still some shakier moments in these rounds. Liquid leaving it very, very late with their rotations, relying on Nats to sort of claim them pressure over on the other side. But again, we're waiting to see FUT sort of step up to the mark. And that's the thing. There are a lot of teams that have sort of built in and managed to work better on this attack side. Like Liquid are one of them, pulling up a decent amount of attack rounds. FUT are not. Most of the time, they're very reliant on their defense side.
Yeah, most definitely. And this is not an inspiring beginning for this FUT side on Ascent. As we said last time, this is where Team Liquid were able to make this happen. Hunter's Fury, it's going to find one. Now it's dangerous, but Maj escapes and gets a kill. Look, that's better than it looked like it'd be, but with Redgar and Nats pulling it back into the favor of the attacking side, I'm not sure that FUT are going to be happy. That's another B main aggro caught, and the B side wide open, a TP in from Redgar. He's going to commit it with the spike, and that's because they're so confident that those rotations have come through. It feels like Team Liquid have a perfect read on how FUT are playing this, and they are playing them.
Yeah, it would be weird if you'd had sort of a B main push and then still a player back within the B site. It would have been one of the most peculiar setups we've ever seen. And for now, at least, it leaves 3 players in B main. This is going to be so tough to clear for FUT.
I don't know how they're going to get away with this one, honestly. And with the stakes on the line, just the one. The stakes on the line here, I do think there's a good chance that if no kills come through, if no opportunities are given in the next 10 seconds, we're going to see these players back off. Smoke's gone in. Seems like they want to commit to it. But again, they need to find something to make them confident. The time is ticking away. The position's still held, and Nats is holding strong. Only coming down the stairs and straight into a firing squad. They've lost everything.
Nats is on fire right now. Not only is he finding impact on the lurks, but the second they get into a post plant, this man is devastating. 13-2 after 5 rounds. This is the sort of form you want to see from this man, because a lot of the time when you talk about the Cypher on this map, it definitely isn't favored. In comparison to Killjoy, we sort of lean in that direction because a lot of the time KOs run on this map, you can lose all your util, but he's the one man I'll allow it. He's the one man I'll look at it and go, okay, you know what, it's Nats. He literally created half the setups people are using when they play their ranked games, so I'll allow it.
Something in play for both of these teams now as we come into this round. Neural Theft on Nats. Hunter's Fury for Mr. Fallen alongside a lockdown, and with Yumpy burning up his Hunter's Fury in the previous round, it's a good opportunity to get high impact out of this ult.
Spike dropped.
FUT so far, it's been devastating when they've gone for these flank plays, when they've tried to take map control. Now they're sitting back and waiting, pistols in hand, hoping that they can find something when this play comes through, but they're forced back to the site. The pressure is immense. Safe had a chance to catch a player in his drone, but he's gone back to the site to look for more. Players all around him. I mean, a few too many angles for one man to hold, but they're making good work of it still. One more on the site, but the info comes through with the Neural Theft. Okay, out of captain, there you go. You're spotted, good luck to you. 3 more kills to add to the tally for Nats. This is starting to feel like we need to check him PC. What an unbelievable start for this guy. 16 kills and 2 deaths.
This is starting to feel like he needs to be playing another agent just so he can have a more impactful ult online. Like, you're sort of going like, damn, he's getting the Neural Theft like every 2 rounds.
He is going to be getting that, Tom. You got to remember who's on the analyst desk today, but I do agree with you. You know, at this point, imagine he was imagine he was a Sage. You don't need to res anyone anyway, so I guess
true.
who cares
really,
at this point?
Everyone.
Guy is just shredding.
I like the fact that we're seeing a pause come out as well.
I mean, you got to. I
slow
didn't
him
see
down.
whose it was. I see the FUT logo on the wall. I would guess it's theirs either way.
I don't think you call a pause at 6-0 up, and unless you're trolling, which I don't think that's going to be the case just yet. There's still a marathon, not a sprint, and that's the thing. You're talking about this first map. Like, obviously, there are still opportunities for a comeback, but as said, going into this map, I expected this to be a middle ground. I expected this to be a map where both teams compete on it. Right now, at least, I don't want to say one team. I feel like one player's turned up today, and it's Nats.
That's it. And I think when you look at this map in particular, I have to agree with you on the mid-ground point because of the history of how this went down throughout the season. Week 1, Team Liquid stomped FUT on it. From then on, FUT have looked good. It looked like the story was that they had a bad first week. They fixed things, they got better, and now they would be a big threat. Here on Ascent, that isn't the case so far, but plenty of room for that to change. We could still end up neck and neck at the half. FUT need to dig deep if that's going to happen. An operator coming into play on Kiwi, that could be the difference maker.
We see this across pretty much every single map. Like, when he brings the operator in, that's where they're able to really start racking up some of those defensive rounds. Now, they have spotted at least one early player. But the thing is, it's a completely different stance. Most time, they've had lurks outside B that have been waiting. This is very, very direct from the side of Liquid.
Flash up and over as well. I think they wanted the space in the back of it. Kiwi had dodged, but even after that shot, he still has a chance for more. Fading back, though, and Herd running away. They know at this point that that control is being conceded. They don't know there's 2 players waiting for them on the back of the site, and they're about to find out. The firing squad claiming their first victim with Redgar down in the dirt. They lose a lot of their utility on the back of that, and Team Liquid seem hesitant to even move forward. Worried about a flank coming through, perhaps. A wall bang onto Safe that's led him down to 66, stripped him of his shields. They've stalled out here on the attacking side, and well, I'm not sure what the plan is from this point forward. It looks like they're just waiting for FUT to make a mistake, and that hasn't come through yet.
Well, with the knife catching them, the side of FUT know that they haven't actually moved. They haven't really fallen back, and in fact, they're going to throw out Hunter's Fury, a paranoia to leave the players blind as they try and dodge. It's an impossible scenario as FUT aren't just going to sit there. It's left now all onto Yumpy. He's a man you'd want in a clutch, but just look at the spike. Like, there's no way that he gets back to this. He'd have to basically eliminate everyone, and well, he's given it a damn good go, but this time, the shorty betrays him.
Yeah, for once, it's not working out. I think it's because he didn't jump around the corner. That's probably it. But 1 round on the board for FUT, and that is a step in the right direction. Finally, finding a solution to this B main push, being able to halt them on the push through and not overextending and giving those kills away. I mean, this was literally just the side of Team Liquid, sat there pumping the brakes and waiting for a player to peek out, for someone to say, are they still here? Did they rotate? Let me check. And then they go down. It's something Mike even touched on the desk about the info takers giving away those first bloods. And Obviously, this time around, there was basically no blood to draw over on the side of FUT. Team Liquid stalled out, now they look to A.
This is back to the sort of classic take they were going for, leaving that lurk behind and now trying to pacily hit. The thing is, though, on FUT's side, they have a lockdown. They're very happy to wait for this, but you can see where Yumpy is. Yumpy is basically just waiting to go, okay, the second you place that lockdown, I'm destroying it.
And it's a good position for it as well. You know, you're firing your Hunter's Fury up through an alleyway, really good opportunity to deal some damage alongside taking out that ultimate. And there you go, already one fired through. That caught a tag onto Kiwi. But hold on, he's caught by the knife afterwards. He's out. That lockdown's coming into effect. Those players need to leave the site. That's a beautiful cancellation. They need to try to find a player underside, and Redgar's found immediately. Team Liquid locked out, but the defuse is canceled. They've got them on the spam. They don't know it yet, but it's theirs. FUT halfway at least, but Captain has to keep claiming skulls. Someone needs to stick that defuse right now. They're running out of time and running out of players. FUT have lost another. Great response from Team Liquid.
It's a position as well where it seemed like Yumpy was actually aware that he could be caught by that null command, so he goes running all the way back to avoid it, and then gets caught anyway. Like, it's just got to be so infuriating. But then they still win the round. They manage to just play off their normal post plants. Even after I think a player gets detained, they just stick back and just manage to spray through these smokes. Redgar, yeah, there you go. He even goes down to it. But it's just this post plant, even with the Vandals off the back. I think it was Yumpy and Nats just spraying away. I don't know how they managed to come out on top of that one. And for FUT, they invested basically everything. They've thrown so many ults over the last couple of rounds, and they still didn't manage to win it.
A shocking number of Vandals as well involved in those spam plays. It still works out, of course. Two players on the site. Nice shot for Maj. They need more, though. So much more. Everybody's working with these weaker weapons. Maj almost goes down to the shock darts. Up close. Hello! Robin Hood attempted. Luckily, the dash was used instead of just a bullet to the face punish. Team Liquid on the site. Plant coming through. Wall down. Or door down, I should say. But they're wall banged off of it. Kiwi's got the lineups through the wall. He doesn't need the door to be open. And that has pretty much shut the door on Team Liquid's plant. They've got it. I mean, they've got to find so much space because Yumpy is getting the orb. He's going to be delayed, coming to cover. Safe can't just plant this, sure. I mean, of all the people to go crazy and just do it, it is safe, but
they don't really need to take the risk just yet. They're waiting for Yumpy to try and reposition, to try and get something so that they at least have an angle. The thing is, Kiwi is more than aware at this point that there could be a player coming around this corner, but he taps the spike just to try and bait him away from this spot. This is so clever, but he turns at the last second and catches Yumpy. A clever attempt, but now it's left onto one man.
One of the best clutches we've seen from Safe if it had to come through, but I think we all knew that triple swing was going to come out on top. FUT 2 on the board. It's not a lot, but it's something. As we said, even scoreline not possible anymore, but they can push it up to 5. And I love the fact that Kiwi had a spam angle for that as well. They pinged it up, sprayed him down. And the fact that he turns with the spidey senses.
Second.
They tap it, he's looking at the site, then he just thinks, maybe they're trying to bait me. Just in time.
That's the thing, though. I feel like this was always going to happen with the way the Liquid were playing. They're going very, very directly into the site, leaving a lurk. We haven't really seen any sort of passive holds from them because I think that actually plays into Kiwi's hands a lot of the time when he has the operator. It's not going to work out if you just keep playing these slow rounds. So I don't mind that they've been blitzing into the site for the last couple, but as you can see, a little bit more tempered, more controlled as they now wait. And you can see that they're having to start dealing with utility of Nats. They destroy a trip, and he puts it down again in exactly the same spot, just being annoying.
Now this 10th round, it sees Team Liquid very slowly gain control of the map, but they've made their way up into market. The door closed, blocked off for now, but I think we might just see that crunch come through. The rotation underway from Redgar as he starts to wrap around, and FUT not ready for this B hit. You can see that with no control over mid anymore, it's Cracks, who's staring into the spawn, leaving just one man on the site. And they can so easily smoke off Cracks if he goes back to watch mid. Instead, he's made it to the site with his buddy. It's the right call. We've seen this firing squad net a whole bunch of impact for this side before. The wall bangs are good to start, but here's the real test. 30 seconds as Team Liquid look to break through those smokes into the site, but hold on, into the spawn as well. They flashed in, but Kiwi was ready. He was playing in the spawn, watching for a mid play, didn't get caught by the flash. Now they look back to site, and the firing squad's ready yet again. Cracks with 2. They've done enough here to slow them down, but there's still time to get the plant. Kiwi might try to deny this, the push in, but he's spotted by the neural theft. Not able to get his rifle out in time, and we're neck and neck.
Yeah, chance in this 2 versus 2 now for Liquid. It looks like FUT had this one dead to rights, but instead it comes down to a clutch once again. Dart over the top. Gonna wait out the initial shots, and Nat's just playing up close, waiting for this initial peek, but he loses the battle. It's now left onto Yumpy, 3 to his name already, but only 47 health remaining. A bullet would do it just to finish him off, and it's patient stuff, almost trying to bait him in. It gives Adacaptain the angle, but now he has to move. The time is ticking away, and Yumpy is just sat in this back corner, just waiting out that clock. It doesn't even matter that he goes down in the end. Liquid will still take the round.
Oh, the grip on this series for Team Liquid tightening round by round. Even surviving, thriving with no players alive in this one, and we're getting towards the home stretch of this half. FUT need a response here and now, unless they're really good at second half pistols. This is going to be a serious uphill battle for them. Team Liquid coming in with 3 ultimates as well into this round, you know, where they are heating up more towards the end of this game, whereas FUT might not even have a cycle of ultis before this half is over. So this is a serious lead for Team Liquid to have, and it looks like it's only going to extend. Let's see the response from FUT. Remember, they were trying to be proactive in the first couple of rounds, and they were punished every time.
Look at Kiwi. Speaking of being proactive, he has already pushed all the way through, trying to take that fight into screens. The thing is, it's so direct again. They're going back to this blitz play in towards the site.
It's faster this time. They're not stalling out, looking for spawn control instead, moving straight in towards the site itself. Cracks, good for 1 there, but he's traded out. I mean, we need more. The TP completed. That gets the paranoia off an opportunity. Mr. Fallen firing out shock darts, but the player's already dead. Numbers thinning for Team Liquid, and finally, we're starting to see FUT with that response on the site. We had the firing squad before, and the quicker rotations now quell any chance for Team Liquid. I think that the comms didn't quite get through to Kiwi on time, but it's the trade to close. It's all good.
I've got mid. I've got mid.
He gets another death, but you know what, Tom? He's added to the cast, so it's okay.
Oh, of course, of course. Well, I think the 2 kills he got may have added to that.
It might have helped him out.
More so.
A small bit.
You know. But yeah, just quick reactions in the end. But the thing is, I really like the way that Liquid have been playing this half. They've made it impossible for Kiwi in most scenarios to actually have impact because they're just running it down. They're avoiding that operator, at least in the early stages. The one thing they've been running into that has caused them resistance is this backside B hold. But it's not really something you can run all of the time. So again, they're actually building up. They've initially dodged that knife. And they're just going to run in. He's put the drone out. They're putting pressure on. It's a ridiculous first shot from Safe, but Mr. Fallen has been able to delay them only for a second.
I mean, the pace of this round working perfectly with the buy that Team Liquid had. Because they had pistols, they had light weapons, and a Blade Storm instead. They've upgraded now 3 rifles playing into the late round. 1 man far away from combat. He won't be fighting with his Sheriff. He'll be fighting with his bow, a Hunter's Fury. I thought for post plant.
Oh,
instead,
no.
It's fired through to get out of Captain and almost Moj as well. Huge damage done with that ulti. I thought that was a safety net. Instead, it was used as a guillotine, executing FUT's chances in that round and leaving them with 3 at the half. I mean, this is going to be a serious uphill battle, and they're going on to their attack side.
For the most part, I'd say impossible. But
right?
We have seen FUT manage to pull off these ridiculous comebacks in the past, like impressive attack sides. Think back to Bind versus Fnatic. They were down in that and then managed 8 rounds. They need a little bit more than 8 this time out if they're going to take it in regulation. 1 or 2. But that is the thing. We always know with this sort of series, with a best of 5, it is a marathon. So even just getting into the game a little bit, because it has been some very quiet starts for some of those players. Okay, Kiwi's still up there. He's still been having those opportunities to do damage when he's been in the right place. But that's the thing I've really liked about Liquid is they've basically just been going, okay, Nats, half the map is yours, half the map is the rest of the team. And they've been using these fast-paced, aggressive pushes to basically just catch off any of those players trying to rotate. Like, you're looking at players like Kiwi just not being in the action half the time. Mr. Fallen, Cracks having a rough game just because they're being entryed within a matter of seconds, or they're left playing the retake. Like, that has been the way that Liquid has been playing this half, and just working off that individual skill. It does also then help that the player lurking to catch rotations has 20 kills.
Yeah, that will help in almost any situation. I mean, he did start it out with just a ridiculous pace. I think he had 8 kills in the first 2 rounds, maybe 3.
I like the idea that they're going like, oh, site was clear, Nat, site was clear. He's like, all right, guys, I've got the rotations. And they're going, but that's everyone. He's like, yes.
No worries.
Yep, I've got it. Don't worry. And that is literally what he did in the pistol round.
I think there's nothing worse, really. You know, the guy's got 20 kills. He's 7 assists, the most on his team as well. It's easy to look at that and go, yeah, he had a lot of impact, but I think you can see it in the way FUT were playing. They started to look a lot more neutered after the first 5-6 rounds, because every time that they tried to get an aggressive angle, I mean, hell, the only time they went for it afterwards was Kiwi on short, where he has a dash, he has an escape. This is a team that's no longer thinking, how do we get behind them? They're thinking, how do we stop their push? Yeah. And you're having to go to your B plan in that scenario. You're on the back foot then, adjusting to your opponents. It's no wonder Team Liquid are sat at 9-3. Just an expertly played Ascent so far. And unless they fumble this defense, this should be a first map in their pocket.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? They clearly came into this map feeling very confident. When you pick this as your first choice, you want it to be one of your sort of staple maps, but at times you might want it just to almost be more of that aim map, more of that opportunity to get the juices flowing, I guess. Even still, though, for Liquid, a pistol win here would basically secure this map. And for FUT, they need it to even have a chance.
Team Liquid on the defensive side now. We've already seen a shock dart fired out that FUT were waiting out. Paranoia through, the push after, smoke up for market, flash about to go in, and, well, that's when the push should follow, but instead it's for the site. One out of market, but they don't find anyone. They're all in the laneway, all making their way towards that site that's being given up. Team Liquid just looking to make it costly, but they've ended up losing 2 on the outside.
Spike planted.
This retake will be tough. There's a lot that they're coming up against, and first contact by the turret. Nobody there to swing. They're very much letting these guys come into the site, look for the control, and have Maj execute them from behind.
Yeah, he's sat back. He's got his alarm blocking in case there's anybody looking to come in from behind. Not really any chance of that happening now, but the thing is, the time is ticking. They have to get a move on. They have to start taking that space back, and they've already struggled to clear players from the back of the site already. The dart is going to just make their HP that little bit lower, and even just clearing out Moj seems like an impossibility. Finally, he will fall, but at this point, the clock is gone. It's just about earning some extra orbs for that defensive side. Anything they can take into the next round, and while safe picking up a couple won't be the worst thing in the world.
Yeah, he'll use his second dash to just go into the spike and reset for the next. That was a much-needed round for FUT. It could follow up with an injection of rounds. We could see them start to close the gap, Tom, but look, plenty of times we've seen that pistol round win be a curse for the team that takes it. Second round buys off the charts for a lot of teams in this league, and I think that's why we'll see a heavy investment. I'm already seeing it. 4 rifles in for FUT, 1 Spectre. They're expecting to meet some resistance.
Well, that's the thing. I feel like actually having the Spectre and the Bulldogs on full shields might be something just looking at Liquid, because they've been playing these ghosts that basically just headshot, body shot, insta-take out a guy with a rifle. So it's something that was really problematic in the last match that they played. So might just be something that FUT have taken into consideration.
Yeah, they're waiting right now for aggression. I think it's the right play. Around like this, good chance the Team Liquid do decide to go out and go crazy.
They're expecting someone so close, they're throwing down.
The shorties, man. I know exactly who they're thinking. They're thinking Yumpy might be there. Sat with a shorty in hand, but they've cleared him out. And it's a very low cost to pay when you consider the alternative. There is a player actually there. A site cleared, dash in. Nats has a chance from the side angle, and he'll get one. A little bit more maybe. Tickles them up, but that's all that's to be done. Plant to come through, and I don't think we've any denial ready to go for Team Liquid.
Spike planted.
Yeah, a dart paranoia available if they wanted to try and throw some extra util. A lot of the time you're buying that up just to have in the next round, so it will be interesting to see how much Liquid actually intend to expend. And for now at least, Kiwi's actually going walkabouts. No, the dart hasn't checked anybody, so that's going to be in towards defender spawn clear. And the knife, I don't know if that actually caught out Solkes. So. I don't think it did, but it doesn't matter. They're going to go back out for the rest. I think Liquid are just going to die to the spike, not wanting to give any extra orbs over, especially with Kiwi getting that little bit closer to a Blade Storm. That's not something you want to give him going into a buy round, so it is going to be that 5th for FUT. Nothing too much to write home about here. Both teams being able to get those conversions, and as I said, Liquid just going to die to the spike.
It's one of the better second rounds I've seen. Honestly, I'm so used to this being an adrenaline-filled round with crazy plays. That's what it should be. A long time since I've said it, but they should be boring. And it was. Good. Now let's see the meat of Team Liquid's buy. They've got rifles all around, going in for their light shields. A Logitech G power-up round about to take place. And you know, they've been sending, interestingly, like where you have Nats on the one side lurking, and so you might think that Maj would be your guy. He's sort of having a close flank protection. In this case, they're going for mid control. He's watching B main. And Mr. Fallen is more so playing the lurk. He is always away from the main body of these attackers in the first couple rounds we've seen. And I'm not sure Team Liquid have been seeing him. You know, he's been pretty quiet so far. But something to keep an eye on as the rounds go on.
For now, at least, FUT's main pressure seems to be looking for mid-control. Yumpy, I don't think got caught by the knife, so that's going to be him having the drone available, which could be pretty high impact in this spot. Already seeing a couple of players, but it is a fallback. Not wanting to give away too much, and the solo anchor of Nats maybe calling for a little bit of extra support as you see that rotation coming back through the cover of mid from Safe, and actually a push up.
They heard him.
It looked for a second like it was going to be a freebie. Instead, Solkes actually going to flash out this one. He's got his spot on. A free kill, initiator down, and now it's a bit more troublesome for FUT.
That just comes off the timing of his knife. Good position from Safe. Great delivery afterwards. It's one thing to be there, but dealing with those players is usually a different story. Not for this man. His 3rd in the round. And Team Liquid will push up to double digits.
Just let them try.
An incredible spot for them to be playing from now, and I think FUT, they still have some credits at least. Oh, there it goes. We got a replay back. Now that we can see it, didn't look like too bad of a round.
No, you know, Safe did pretty well.
Oh, it's gone again.
Well, we're going back to this one now.
No, come over here. Share the monitor, Tom. This is our in-game one.
Building into mid again for FUT. It seems to be where they want to get that initial control. Already Moj's utility just being obliterated by Yumpy, just trying to make sure that he's not going to get to use it. I think he actually pulled the alarm bell back there, expecting a bit of a utility to be destroyed. Safe. Taking a bit of a risk around that smoke, but they're now expecting some level of aggression to be coming out from Liquid. Especially with him hiding in the smoke in the last round. I don't think they're going to be making the same sort of mistake. Solkes also just jiggle peeking the angle, but counter utility just to make sure that FUT can't really pressure off this yet. And the knife actually catching too. It gives information, but maybe false information, because they're going to start making their way back towards the B site. This is where Yumpy and Nats reside.
Well, that dash in, door closed, as these players make their way through, making sure they're not tailed by anybody on Team Liquid. But they don't need to worry about Nats behind them this time. He's in front with plenty of teammates to help out. Safe's gone down to the turret, but as they look to the site, they don't know there's still a man here. They're clearing it still, but Nats is swinging out into them. The trade's good all across the board, and Team Liquid barely slip up here. 2 versus 1. Maj the last man standing, a 4K clutch, but the problem, 15 seconds and the spike's down on site. He's going to contain them with the nano, needs to win the fights, but they're just lined up, ready for that play. 11 on the board now, Team Liquid extending their lead. And it looks like they're on the home stretch, just about to push up to 13. Economy very low for FUT to even fight back here.
It's just great how they play around Nats' utility. Basically just utilized to set up Yumpy to take that extra space. He then covers off the lane side, so they're battling and brawling versus him. And again, it just gives that opportunity to Yumpy to do even more damage. A wonderful combination of these two players. And while for FUT, almost a last-ditch effort. You're sat there in an awkward spot. 2 rounds needed for Liquid to take this first map. As said, a map that really did feel like FUT should come in fairly strong on, and thus far just hasn't been the case. It seems like they've been caught out at every single turn.
Yeah. So far, that's been the way. And I think for Team Liquid, it is kind of funny thinking about what Lotus was telling us backstage. Brought up the fact that Team Liquid never lost to a Turkish team. And it's funny that they come in, they pick Ascent, and they do so well on it. And they do so well every time they're on Ascent.
The interesting thing as well is, at least in the past, I would put that down to the fact that Turkish teams always struggle versus Scream.
Yeah,
like that was one of those things.
We used to always say
just obliterate them. Like that was the thing every single time. But it seems like that's carried over. It's like it's like Scream left, but the fact that they don't lose to Turkish teams remains. But that's the thing. In my opinion, this is the best Turkish team we've ever seen, especially in terms of consistency, in terms of not having a weak link at any point, and having that structure. So if any team was going to be able to finally beat Team Liquid, the ones to do it, maybe just not on this map.
And you remember how tough it's been for the Turkish scene, man. The last close to eclipsing the performance of FUT, disbanded right afterwards. It was like, you know, it's just been...
It ended in a supermassive blaze.
They get one player picked up here or there for a roster, and that's all. But now, finally, someone flying that flag fully with pride. As Team Liquid sit up on 11 rounds, FUT need to dig deep once again. The attack side looking towards the A site. But it's, you know, Yumpy's pulled in the Odin for B. They're going to be much lighter in controlling that. There's a lot of traps over here. They're going to have constant B main control. The A site then gets an extra man. They're triple stacked up and a trap for mid as well. I mean, I love this setup, and it looks like FUT are playing perfectly into Team Liquid's game
just
plan.
removed his Blade Storm. They're going to have to wait a little bit. They basically set up to get the orb for Kiwi, to get him that, to have something to play with going into this round, and it's immediately just taken away off the back of the knife from Soulcast. Drone going through, though, back online, and they're just sat there playing almost a complete retake. Instead, though, they re-aggress, re-peek. Sure, you've got that Blade Storm, but even that's gone as well. An absolute slaughter on the entry to the site. The 3-man hold is sublime. And come on now. Come on now. A shorty at that range.
There we go. Oh, he could have got the shorty from above if he was given a second longer. 12-5. Team Liquid 1 round away from victory on map number 1. A map that I think a lot of people, if you took out their opponent, if you just looked at FUT, you'd imagine, no, they could pick this map coming in here today. That's a very strong map for them. They're looking good all season long, with the exception of week 1. But this is that week 1 team back to haunt them yet again. They have a hell of a streak of rounds to get done here, and I think in some of their minds, Lotus might already be in the forefront of their mind. The recovery here looking very unlikely.
Yeah, no, it would have to be a complete turnaround, and the fact is, Team Liquid are still trying to throw spanners in the work. They brought in an Odin for this one. A much more passive spot to try and spam from here, but instead, it looks like we're getting that A-site execution again. This time, they've got rifles.
Yeah, a better chance for them at least when they come down to those dual. Soulcast, good for 1. Always the headshots with this guy. There's a flash on its way. Player to his right, he doesn't see, but good for 1 before he falls. That should be enough for them to at least have a chance. 2 versus 2, lockdown in play for Maj. The ult pop neural theft to give the information. They're gonna have everything to work with. Nats isolating this player and grabbing the kill. Lockdown in play. The defuse gonna be tapped maybe halfway A to start with, and Yumpy, he's won the round for them. Someone needs to get rid of that lockdown or we're gonna be here for a little while. Sitting outside of it instead, Nats is gonna close this one. 13-5 in the end. And Team Liquid have just dominated FUT on the opening map. It was their map pick at least. Up next, FUT will have Lotus, and let's hope they have a better chance, a better performance there, because this one, it barely got off the starting block.
No, I think especially that first half, again, I want to talk about the pacing of Liquid, very direct, using that sort of individual brilliance, and then just those lurks coming out from Nats were utterly sublime. It seemed like something that FUT truly struggled to deal with, and when you have that dominant of an attacking side, it becomes very, very difficult for your opponents to recreate that when it comes to the second one. Lotus, it's been an excellent map for FUT all season, and one of the weaker ones on the side of Liquid, but it seemed like they fixed a lot of those issues when they played Fnatic, so this now becomes quite scary territory if they're not awake on map 2.
Yeah, it absolutely does. Liquid fired up, Nats off the rip. He was just unbelievable. I mean, it feels like every piece of the puzzle is coming together. We'll see if FUT can recover on map 2. We'll be back in a little bit with that.
Oh my God, Diaz. Oh, that's my boy. That's my Driller, my number 2 Driller. Oh, nice fight. Nice. Good job.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Usually when I see a target, I won't miss. I try to find weaknesses wherever they are and just game by game try to pick up on anything I can. So this training course is a way for me to really showcase and demonstrate all the questions you guys have been asking, how to get better aim, and it really enables me to answer a lot more and kind of expand on the first video I made like so long ago about VALORANT fundamentals.
What a start for Team Liquid. They get themselves on the board in this best of 5 lower bracket finals. I am your host, Yingsu, and I'm joined here by Cougar, Hypoc, and PM. Now, PM, we were a little bit confused as to why Liquid would pick Ascent as their first pick, but after that, I felt like they answered our queries, didn't they?
Yeah, it was really clear.
Yeah.
Like, after 6 rounds of dominating and having everything in hands, we understood why.
Yeah, I think as well, this kind of plays towards something we've alluded to, obviously, with FUT picking up in terms of momentum and performance, but they were just unable to dig themselves out of a bad situation here. I feel like the recovery factor just wasn't there at all.
Yeah, I'm very surprised also because during that first half, I think that those first kills were not even going Liquid's way. It's not like
Kiwi.
they were stopping them. It was Kiwi getting the kill onto save and actually, you know, reducing the chances for Team Liquid to actually have a proper execute. But then Nats was on the flank, many things crumbled down, and it wasn't until Gaius asked for that pause that they were able to get, what, 3 rounds?
It's weird to say that. It didn't feel like a 13-5. I know Liquid played really well, but at times it was still a little bit closer. I felt like than the score would dictate, which is not what we usually see Mike in a 13-5.
No, I'm kind of with you, but also I think Liquid kind of played way ahead of themselves. I think once they felt as if they were winning certain gunfights, Nats was obviously stretching his legs a little bit. That's when Liquid just picked up the tempo a little bit. And like I said, FUT didn't really have any sort of adaptation in the first half to address that whatsoever. They weren't able to capitalize or dig a little deeper behind Kiwi's first bloods, and Liquid just ran away with the macro game, honestly.
Let's talk about that. Kiwi, he killed safe like a bajillion times, but Cougar,
he got diffed. He got diffed.
Couldn't kill Nats though. Nats was just kind of winning them the map for them.
So the thing is that if we just focus on Kiwi, he was doing what he was supposed to do. The threat that he has to neutralize is safe. He gets that, well, or whomever is going on the first place, but it's safe. Time after time. The problem is that the other 4 people are not taking care of the bigger problem, that bigger issue. There's only so much that he can do. And if Nats is on the flank, as we were mentioning in the augment before the map started, that is something that they had to account for.
I mean, PM, if you look at these stats of Kiwi, that's the guy on the losing team, by the way, on the team that only got 5 rounds. Why do you think that they weren't able to kind of capitalize on getting all those first bloods, especially in the first half?
Because the whole team was out of tune. Even Kiwi was. Like, okay, he gets some kills and he destroyed safe in the beginning of the side. But when you look at it afterwards, he's not playing as he should be, and the whole team is like disorganized on the defense. And they don't know what they are doing precisely, in the mid-run especially. So you have the lurker, you have the attack group doing their things, the executes, and they're just looking at each other, the Turkish guys. And they're out of tune, they are not playing that game. And well, one tactical wasn't enough. It brought them just afterwards 1 round, and it was convincing. But you can't have 1 tactical per round. So
yeah.
right now, the tactical is now. You know, let's get into it for the Turkish guy. They are not playing the way they are used to.
And just to add on to that, I think the point I was trying to make, where you know the next step beyond Kiwi is typically cracks or Atta, right? Becoming a little bit aggressive once they find the advantage. The problem being, so early on, this paranoia is created by Nats, absolutely denying any sort of advantage they have by getting right behind some of these defensive setups. I mean, in terms of where FUT actually adjusts to in the mid-round, there was no re-engage. There was no, fight for space. There was no re-clearance. There was no map control garnered on the back of these. Yeah, exactly.
They were not moving.
They were static.
They were looking at each other.
I want to stay on the side of Liquid, though. There was a couple of things that we were talking about when we were watching the game when it comes to Redgar, PM. You know, from a spectator's point of view, when he does make a little bit of mistakes here and there, it's quite easy to harp on him. But as you will know, his job is to be an IGL.
Yeah, that's a good example. So he shouldn't walk here and get fragged like this. But the thing is, Redgar has an issue that many IGL has, just like you said. He's focused on the strategies, the tacticals, what his players are doing, what the opponent is doing, what's the prep and everything. So that's a lot of weight on his shoulder and on his mind. And that's why, just as many IGL are, he's not very focused on the particular of the game, on the mechanics, on the little things. And despite being a player maybe out of reach on the mechanics, he's doing a 9-3 side attack. So he's not the only one preparing the game here. There is staff. There is always someone calling mid-round, obviously. He's not the only one talking in the game and preparing the game, but you can see that despite having a player not mechanically precise sometimes, they can win the game anyway, and very easily too.
Yeah, I think it's also complicated. It's a little bit of a step back if you think about it, because Rega still has that mentality that maybe he needs to micromanage a certain things, or maybe that the conversation is not fluid enough to actually understand which space belongs to which player.
Also, you know me, I'm the biggest IGL defender I think you'll ever meet on this planet.
Apologist.
Yeah, literally, yeah. But let's move on to the next map, Bea. Yes. It's going to be Lotus, and we've seen both of these teams play Lotus a bunch of times. I'm going to let you go over to the telestrator as we quickly talk about this pick, because while we were surprised about the Ascent PM, we're not surprised about this Lotus at all.
No, not at all. That's the heart of the map pool of footballists. They play it all the time and they play it well. The thing is, Lotus is coming in the map pools of every teams, right?
Yeah.
Even Liquid. So the danger is we've played it so bad, so well, so long. Maybe they will adapt to them.
Oh, let's see, Kukuka, if there's anything on the side of FUT that you feel like Liquid could be adapting.
Yes, exactly. Wait, sorry, I couldn't breathe. you breathe away. Sorry, Michael.
That's unfortunate.
Maybe flash. I'm going to turn this color in a minute.
Anyway, let's talk about FUT. Let's talk about the attack. We talked a lot in the pre-show about those Viper walls and how they orientate them, but what can they do on the attack? I was very surprised yesterday. You were casting that game, Michael, and usually they go for this either 3-2 or the other way around, you know, put in a lot of pressure here onto C, and it would be just Omen and KO making sure that the push is not coming, and if they can push, they will be completely running to another place. I think that is something that they repeated a lot before yesterday, but then yesterday, you know, they showed something different. I'm gonna just play the rounds so everybody can see the movement from all the players and how they're going to be evolving. And it's actually this part of this a little bit surprising, because it is the usual suspects when they have a lot of ultimates or in that pistol round that they've repeated so many times. At least yesterday they found the win.
Yeah, I mean, one thing that actually changed for me yesterday in terms of FUT's approach was, well, the one thing being how many times they were rewarded for early round aggression in terms of finding a kill or finding crucial information, but actually their mid-rounding was so on point and it was so quick as well. That was the thing that continuously actually caught Na'Vi off guard. They were the ones that were unable to actually maintain pace in some of these mid-rounds. So I'm a little bit concerned after seeing map 1, because actually the pacing seemed completely off for FUT. So that's actually a stark contrast to what we've seen previously, and actually their success on Lotus yesterday was riding a lot on that.
Yeah, exactly. And as you can see, we're approaching at least 1 minute, and we do not see aggression over here and over here. Well, we see one, probably that it's like the one that confirms the rule. But yesterday, they were not going as deep as they usually do. I think that they wanted to keep it a little bit more traditional, because they know that Na'Vi is a team that prepares. So Liquid should be the same.
They showed they had a great showing yesterday against Na'Vi, but for the side of Liquid PM, I really hope they don't change their comp. You know, bringing in the Sentinel, in my opinion, was the right thing to do.
It was needed, and we felt it in the interview he did with Nats. He said, it might be a solution for us, and they are still looking for themselves on this map. You know, they are still looking for the right answer to play this map, and they are playing some specialists. The Turkish guys on Lotus, they are not messing around.
Oh yeah, they don't. This is the thing though, if Liquid, Mike, can go 2-0 up here on Lotus, woof.
I mean, in my eyes, that's the first upset out of the way. They've taken Ascent, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I think so too. Let's take a look at Agent Select and see if we do have any changes. Bea, FUT, surely they don't change anything here. Yes, they're going to play the KJ.
Yeah, the Killjoy is going to come back on the hands of Yampi. Okay, so something that he repeated yesterday and also at the beginning of the season. Not on this map. Soulcast, I want to see that extra aggression that we were not seeing yesterday. Or if he's not being aggressive, I need him to use his utility in the early round. I need him to complete the cycles so he's in sync with the rest of the team.
I mean, the A hold from Soulcast, though, was fantastic against Fnatic.
Yeah.
He was anchoring that A like Leo does on many ways. PM, is there a preference for you here looking at these two comps?
I like well, Neon. I don't like to pick her, but I like to see some good show of Neon. Like on the attack side, it's very explosive, it's obvious, but creating something with Neon on the defense side is very, very demanding, and I like this.
Which is why we see him play the operator a lot. And I think that's been the most consistent side of Kiwi's defensive rounds on Lotus, to be honest with you, where FUT actually do slow things down.
Well, FUT, not the best showing on Ascent, but this is their home ground. This is the map that Mitch and Tom, they always win, and they absolutely have to this time around.
That they do. Look, Coming off the back of that defeat on Ascent is not going to be easy, Tom, but like we say, the closest losses are often the hardest to take. This one, at least it was over quick. They could bounce back.
They were finished off very quickly. They were able to move on with their lives. Yeah, sure.
Exactly.
It's going to be a long day. Get that one out of the way and then just get onto Lotus. That's the thing. I would say up until we saw, I think it was Liquid versus Fnatic, I would have looked at this map and gone, easy, done. It's going to be FUT taking this home all day, no problems whatsoever. But since they brought in that Killjoy, looked like they had a lot more depth, being able to play more passively on that defensive side especially. And it also removed some of the holes. I think Nats really struggled with some of those attack side lurks. Like, that was one of the main problems for him, is he was constantly having to make space on the sort of towards the A side of the map, and it didn't really work for them. The thing is, though, even with all of that being said, the sheer pace at which some of these takes could come through, just the execution level of this FUT side and the fact that everybody on their team looks so comfortable when it comes to any level of post-plant.
Well, we've already seen it from Team Liquid on their attack over in Ascent. They were capable of pulling out some very, very quick rounds. But for FUT, especially running that Neon, you know that they can be on you instantly and more than willing to bring that kind of play style out. Jump spot from Redgar. That's not Redgar. Was on the server. Cams might be a little off there. But we're seeing this push towards the C side as Team Liquid, okay, they lose one player, but immediately they've got a lot of support on the way. And FUT have not executed. They have pumped the brakes, which is odd with no control elsewhere on the map.
The thing is, they're very good at this, though. They're very good at just playing with that pacing, like basically just rotating off, so it puts the doubt in the minds of Liquid that maybe they haven't just run into the C side because they don't take that control, and it pulls a couple of players away. Even still, though, Nat's trying to lurk within his own orb. He's going to get swarmed, but it's Solcast to find the kill back.
Well done, at least for now. We're ending up with Team Liquid having those two angles to fight from, but Nat's very much red in this round. You see the orb go up, you spam it. You know he's going to be inside of it. I love that adaptation from the side of FUT, but the second time they weren't too ready, gets body blocked into the open and taken down. This is an awkward start to this round. The plant coming through over on that B site as we'll end up in a 3v2, but look at the damage done in that skirmish. Yumpy and Safe, both below 50.
Yeah, and of course on the other side of things, the Ada Captain a little bit lucky to be alive because of how awkward it got, but he's just gone. I'm out of here. Not taking this battle anymore, not risking it for my team, and at the moment they're struggling to even work the door, it seems. Like that's the main problem for Liquid, just trying to check everything on their way back through, and they do not expect Ada Captain. Now left onto Yumpy, barely any time left, a double up for the last couple of players, and he's not going to be able to take it home. But they'll grab that first pistol round, and Liquid are going to have to see what they can do once again with the low buy.
Yeah, it looks like FUT never really, even looking at the last map, they never seem to put themselves in a position where they have to do something, where they have to push and feel like spurred on by a kill or any scenarios like that. They're always keen, like you said, to play that clock, play those rotations, toy with you. And so far, it's paying off.
That's genuinely what makes Mr. Farn a great IGL. It doesn't seem like at any moment he's panicking. Even when he's doing stuff that's insane, he doesn't seem like he's panicking. Just very calm in the moment, and because of that, they're very good, especially on this map, at their decision-making.
Very little room for any losses to be had here on the FUT side. They've invested into 5 rifles, 3 Bulldogs, a Phantom, and a Vandal. At this point, you need to see this squad almost survive with everyone. A 2-man A push as they look for the ranged fights, but this is where the real danger is, going towards B or the C site late on when you've lost the control. The first man on mound already doing work, and this is the problem. Now you can become tunnel visioned on this guy who's picking you off one at a time. If they go forward, they won't know who's waiting there for him. Already an insane start for Redgar. Oh, through the smoke!
He saw the gun barrel.
He doesn't need to.
He saw the gun barrel, and that was enough just to predict the shot. It was such a tiny little pixel that gave it away, but 3 kills off the back of the Sheriff. Rifles now retrieved. You said there was no margin for error here. Well, there have been errors.
Quite a few of them, you might say. We've got rifles recovered for some of Team Liquid, the chance to pick up plenty more as well. No one else wanting to take the risk and overextend. They want to close out this 5vx. Only 2 players left on FUT as they move into the A site, and again with the control they did not have at the start. They have no idea where anybody is. The off angle, it's going to be beautiful for Solcast. Even just denying the plant for a moment, the damage done. Nade through for not much. Maybe they're on the road to recovery here on FUT. If that spike goes down, the clock's suddenly on their side, but the position of the plant, not ideal. They'll be surrounded by these pistols, swarmed on, and the angles, they're too great, too many for them to cover. 30 HP left with Safe and Redgar, and it's Redgar late on this lurk. He's been spending so long shift walking up behind, and there is his reward. A 4th kill in this round, single-handedly wrecking FUT's chances of extending the lead.
It's just unbelievable. Like the repeak after repeak, you almost have to feel like there was a point where FUT just had to let this one go, but if he's hit that, that's it. That's all that gave it away. The tiniest pixel. Again, shout out to the production guys. It's such a minuscule thing, but that's enough for Redgar to go. Well, he's walking across now. I'll take a pot shot.
Yep, he should be about here. Yep, perfect. Pinpoint. Logitech G power-up round. Gee, that's insult to injury for FUT right now. They're going to feel pretty powered down yet again as they're left to pistols. But, hey, we saw a lot of impact from the Sheriff in the last round. You think we'll see that again here, Tom? Any chances for FUT?
I'd be surprised. I'd be very surprised. Liquid have been the best of the best when it comes to winning rounds that they shouldn't with those pistols. They've got so many very talented individuals when it comes to those guns. And Nats, well, you're going to be happy with what he's currently doing.
I got a smile on my face, you know that.
That's the spike down already.
Nate behind it too, no one's picking it up for a minute. That wall can go down any time now. They're just waiting to have the bodies to cover this off. A smoke on the left side, wall to go down, spike left in the open, and almost unrecoverable at this point. They'll look for space elsewhere, damage at least, and oh, there's none to be found. Not with this man sat there waiting for them. Good luck to Mr. Fallen, just now recovering the spike, and he'll get a kill for his trouble. Left on 20. That's too easy for Soulcast. 2-1 now. Team Liquid lost the pistol. They certainly have the momentum on their side since then.
This is a replay of when they played Fnatic. They did exactly the same thing. They basically lost the pistol, won the second round. They did it in both halves as well. One of the main reasons I think that game was as close as it was, but even still, just absurd that they managed to pull it off once again. And already, Redgar's going to be pulling out his trusty Omen operator. A surprise that I don't think FUT will be happy to walk into this early on in the game, and we'll have to see if they're going to be able to deal with that, because he is swinging straight out.
Nice angle for him at least, but yet to be given the opportunity when it comes through. He's already blinded up. Good protocols to take this control for FUT. Let's see how much else they've got up their sleeve, with Redgar already finding damage. Sorry, receiving damage. He's forced back into a super passive position.
He's finding damage on himself.
Yeah.
I am damaged.
Oh, I found damage. It was on me. It's here, right here. Yeah, he's going to have to play this one a little differently now.
Also got tagged up. I think that was an attempted re-peek in towards A, which is just currently being held. You mentioned the lurks of Mr. Fallen. It's the same on this map. Now, on a controller, actually makes a bit more sense.
For sure.
Especially, well, I was going to say if he uses his paranoid, but he's actually just used it. He's paranoid into A, and it is pulling a rotation. Instantly, Redgar starts making his move. Like, okay, well, why is he going to be alone on the other side of the map?
Yeah.
He is.
He's much more keen to do it as well, being on 45 HP, giving up a lot more of that control, grouping with his teammates so he doesn't get isolated. An opportunity here for Nats. That box is very wall bangable. You don't often see players sit in this position with a node. You don't ever see it, I'll be honest with you, but maybe we'll see it more often now. A chance for Nats. He's gone down to the shorty, picking back up the Odin, but that's too much. Maj will catch them both. A great opportunity to convert. What the hell is he doing? He's TP'd right behind them, but they're gone. They're out of here. One man still. Kiwi, he's going to be frustrated if he dies to this. Oh, he doesn't. That's a missed shot. Redgar better run.
They would have hit that if it was a Sheriff. That's all I'm saying.
You're right.
I think it has to be a save now. They're so isolated. The only thing will be they've got lots of credits to play with. Saving the operator, something, but for safe, they could take a bit of a risk here.
I don't think he's going to get to save this. Krax is on his tail. He heard that rotate as well. I mean, they are more boxed in than they know.
Oh, Maj. Just watching that angle. An easy kill in the end, and now it is just left onto Redgar trying to hold onto that weapon.
He's going to knife tree here. I mean, it's a perfect opportunity to grab some information. Obviously, they do want to still have the element of surprise sneaking up. But at some point, it's either going to be that info or just the dry swings in to find him. The op there, landing a shot, but now how much more can be found? Nothing is the answer. A very costly round for Team Liquid. And that's the way you want to see FUT bounce back.
Yeah. Huge stuff from them, denying that initial control, and again, we see the exact same thing. They pressure onto the A site. They fake things out with the paranoia. Basically, they did a good fake at that. But then even once they push in here, they're very happy to swing back towards this B site and play the post bomb from there. It's very, very difficult to read what FUT are doing in a lot of these rounds because they literally sell you a story on A and then C and then end up on B.
Yeah, it's one of those things, man. I think Team Liquid, you said they'd fixed a lot of the holes that we'd seen before, and I think that was definitely the case. A couple of mechanical failures, really, is all that previous round comes down to. There was a chance for 2, maybe 3 kills to come through on that operator that didn't, and I don't think that's going to happen to Redgar every single time, based on what we've seen before. Here's that dangerous setup again from the pistol, from the follow-up, actually, to the pistol, the second round, where Redgar was able to find so much damage with the Sheriff in hand. He's blinded to start with, but they still haven't spotted Nats. Now they do, and he's whipped it! Oh, no, the Spectre! Sometimes it happens,
Did
man.
Did you say something about mechanical errors and them not happening anymore?
I said Redgar wouldn't have a mechanical error, and he was flashed off the angle, so excuse me, sir.
Liquid fans are coming for you.
A nade through. Will it land perfectly? Yeah, look, dead on. That lockdown is out of here, but so are some of the Liquid members. Everybody swinging through for fights, and okay, they'll drop Kiwi, but the advantage still very much in FUT's court.
Yeah, I feel like Yumpy at this stage, you don't even know where to go. Like, you've managed to find a lurking operator that has just killed off one of your teammates while they put loads of pressure on C. And guess where they're planning again? B. They go back to the middle ground every single time, and it leaves both players completely split apart from each other. No chance to have any real level of synergy. And because of that, I think, again, it just has to be that save call. FUT are just playing fantastically with those rotations and just doing solid work on those entries. Sure, the setup from Liquid wasn't a bad one, but that's also something that you really can't do too often. It's going to be something that's figured out, and I don't think it's going to be another opportunity for Nats where he goes unchecked in that spot.
No, absolutely not. I mean, that was really it. They rolled the dice on it a couple of times. They wanted to set themselves up for the play. Finally, the opportunity is there, and it just does come down to the fact that they're not able to hit the shots, and that's been the story of a couple of these rounds so far, giving FUT those openings. Safe's gone down to the spike. Yumpy surviving. The operator will be carried through.
Did Safe have a gun there?
I believe he had a rifle, yes. Unless I'm very much mistaken.
Yeah,
he would have had to throw it away.
I was fairly sure he did, but I
don't think he should have died to the spike.
No, exactly. That's what's confused me, because I don't even know how he was even remotely close enough to die to the spike from where he was before. That is a weird thing to happen, and a gun that's just been basically thrown into the wind. How much is that going to do to their economy as well? Are they good to buy? I guess with low shields.
Safe was able to reinvest. He's then left on light shields and a Vandal. The rest of the squad is, yeah, not really able to buy. We're looking at 3,400 credits, 3,500. Sure, they'll be happy. Nats 2,450. Some of them still have utility. I guess the good thing here, Redgar didn't burn up his paranoia. We didn't have any of the utility.
Oh, there you go. That's the replay. It just clipped
on the
him.
edge. I died. I died. Thank you, Safe. We hadn't noticed that.
Oh god, that needs to be like a sound clip somewhere.
He's just so disappointed. Oh, it reaches me. Well, unlucky, and yet the reinvestment from him, it's going to actually put him down to a Guardian. Guardian on Solkus. Keeping up some credits for the next round, perhaps.
Yeah, it seems like they're not fully investing into this one. And okay, it's still going to have the chance to do damage, especially Yumpy now playing that operator. A very different style. A lot of the time, far more aggressive than what you see from Redgar. And he's pretty aggressive himself. Nonetheless, though, a lot of early utility being used, hoping they can catch someone with basically a cheaper investment than what would be a gun.
It's not even someone. They're trying to catch Kiwi. They were looking to deal with this guy crossing over on A, deny the space, and instead he didn't try to cross. He hopped up on a rock and took the kill. Like, that's one way to deal with it for sure. Yumpy's returned it. A 3 versus 3 thanks to that play. One well-placed shot, and they're back in the round.
And the thing is that in most scenarios, I don't even think Mr. Farland gets the trade. He's just quick enough to be able to take down Yumpy, and just straight away Nats is going to pick up that operator. So they've managed to turn this into a very winnable position. Okay, shields may be a bit of an issue, and in terms of utility, they're actually still not in a bad spot. But again, the main thing is they don't have any information. FUT are very good at sort of clouding where they're going. And in this late round, they're making their way in towards the C site, where right now, there is nobody defending it.
Yeah, stuns out just to make sure. Good control over backside.
Guardians here can actually be nasty. And it's much better for the wall bangs, and well, Mr. Fallen has to be a bit careful here. That's the one benefit that that gun really has in these scenarios. He still can't plant. He still can't plant. Oh, no! That's so unlucky with the timing. Even still, though, Safe and Solcas are still fighting. They're looking to face off against them instead, but it's come down to a 1 versus 1. Kiwi, Mr. Consistent, is just about going to get this over the line, but damn, was that close.
I mean, he used it like a Guardian as well. He was like, all right, let's make this an even fight. I'll one tap as well. Comes out on top. Another round for FUT. It's close.
Oh, it was close to 3. It was close to 3.
Very. And again, just looking at the angle that he was holding, remarkable that Mr. Fallen is able to get that trade. If he fails to do that, the round's over. They've lost.
Yeah, you're looking at multiple guns on the floor and Yumpy still with an AWP play. It's unlikely that you get that over the line. Even still, they managed to make it work. A deeper use of utility this time. Expecting Kiwi not to just sprint across. They catch him. It's a lot of damage done onto Safe. And again, an instant response from FUT. They're not just going to sit there, wait, and try and brawl versus that player. They want map control elsewhere.
Yeah, we've seen the adjustment on A to deal with Kiwi. What's the adjustment on the C side? Now playing much further back. Nats has got that Odin to play with. It's the spam game to try and deny the plant. Smoke is up for him. This could be very dangerous. These players are actually quite low as well. Looking for the close corner, now further back, but he's left one spot unchecked, and it's the one place that Krax was actually planting. That's a shame, especially when we see the Viper's Pit come through afterwards. Lockdown to push them out of it. They should be able to claim some space. Nightfall goes through. A lot of utility thrown at this, and FUT might start to feel pushed out of this. Pushed back towards main where the problems might arise. Redgar's been waiting for them this whole time. Actually he's gonna Shrouded step out into the open. This guy's absolutely crazy. He's now crossed past into their actual site to take the final close as he goes down. Everyone else does too. And it's only left to Nats. Blink and you miss it. This round swinging into the favor of FUT. That defuse not being stuck. And at this point, I don't think there's even enough time. They're gonna run at him and take him down. The Classic to do it. I don't know how they've gotten away with that one. Pure chaos on the site.
And the thing is as well, Liquid committed so much to that round. You're talking about using a lockdown in tandem with a Nightfall, so the players are not only like blinded, deaf, low, but they're also being pushed out of position. They then used a showstopper as well. The only thing they didn't use was a Viper's Pit, and that's because they couldn't. So it's just ridiculous. And yeah, Ada Captain was just sprinting around shooting people. He gets multiple kills with a Classic and one with a rifle as well. Just absurd. And Liquid are going to be kicking themselves. You put that much into a round and you don't win it, you're going to feel like fools.
Shout out to our observers as well. What a fantastic replay package they put together. What was that, 3 seconds they managed to turn that around in, highlighting the HP and everything? You'll love to see it. Now, you said you don't think he's going to be caught in this position many more times. But there you go. There was a Nano Swarm down to deal with him, pushing him out. I mean, look, Nats, he'll try, but well, sometimes it ain't going to work.
Shadows traveling.
Well, it's not going great. They're getting some tags in, at least bringing a few of these players low. One kill comes through for Safe, and there's still a couple of opportunities here. If Yumpy manages to hit one of the tag players, and one of the they have the worst timing in the universe, I swear to God. The amount of times that someone has been just caught without a gun in hand from this exact position is just ridiculous. And FUT finally, after what has been a lot of really contentious rounds where they could have gone either way, they win one nice and clean.
That's it. This is where you start to feel like maybe you are in control. Maybe the reins are in your hands. Remember, FUT won the pistol, lost the follow-up, and then obviously they're pushed down to an eco. From that point forward, they've been right back in control. It looks like we've had a hiccup to start this out, but, well, they were scared back into straight-up gameplay. Attack side now for FUT, round number 9. And they've got 3 ultis to play with, but Nats on a Viper's Pit. That could be a huge safety net for Team Liquid. Once he gets inside that pit, their win rate skyrockets.
Yeah, the thing is, though, that might work against a team that doesn't pull you on rotations for the entirety of the game.
True.
That's the only thing that's so difficult. We've seen Nats have it for the last couple of rounds. That round where they used all their ults and lost, he had the Viper's Pit then. It was just that there is no good opportunity to use it, and also, I think there was a null command on the other side which denied him, but that's the problem here. They're leaving him as a solo site anchor, though, so he can try and put that into position. But he does also have an Odin, and that's another reason why you probably shouldn't be using a Viper's Pit.
Well, Yeah, I have to agree with you there. Well, probably not the best of ideas. Although an Odin up against an operator, yeah, it's not really much better. Unlucky start to this one with Kiwi down to 36 HP, but he's still clinging to life, and with a one-shot weapon, that's all he needs to do. 45 seconds on the clock. They've picked up a kill on A, the 1A player. And of course, this is FUT. They're not looking to push on the back of it. Instead, still toying with their opponents, still looking for lurks on B, making a ton of noise on the rotations. And they'll see if anybody pushes. Like, look, the entire time, Kiwi is just staring at their backs, watching a smoke. Even as the door opens and all the steps are made, they are watching for this play. But Yumpy, eventually, he has the timing nigh on perfect, but
no,
Kiwi
he doesn't.
still watches it, turns at the right moment, and safe. Well, he is in a ton of trouble right now. Locked in, 3 players either side. Solka's there to help, but it's Kiwi again on the up. A sliver of health.
Back to A again.
That's all he needed. Good night, safe. You are done.
It's brutal. It's brutal. Again, though, this is the thing I love about FUT. You're talking about 20 seconds left on that clock. They put a lockdown into the B site. There's multiple players there waiting for them. And in the meantime, they kill the players behind. And you're watching this like, oh, he's going for a knife. They're going to get caught in the lockdown. They plant on A. They planted on A. They just left. The second they managed to get the kills they needed, they were gone. The rest of the team weren't even worried about this lockdown anymore. And sure, Modge was able to lurk and stick behind and get those final kills, but the round was basically over before then because of how good we are with rotating. Honestly, I think Mr. Fallen might have the best mid-round calls on this map than anyone else.
And it really is just doubled down on by Modge being able to take advantage, though. Like, realistically, it's one thing to be able to push and pull your opponents, but now when they look at, okay, how do we adapt to this? Oh, well, when they push and then they go to pull,
well
we
in
flank
that
them.
round.
Yeah, exactly.
They had Yumpy in spot, they had a player on A, and they had 2 players on B, and they still lose with 4 players alive on the other side.
It's always a problem, man, because you make that adaptation, and they've got that extra little element to their gameplay to deal with that. Modge, in this case, having a very Nats reminiscent performance, 7-2 FUT, steaming into the lead. And when you look at what's in play for Team Liquid on this defensive side, still we're thinking about Nats on the Viper's pit, but this time he's rocking in with a Phantom. And that really could be the difference maker because they're moving towards C. Thing is, moving towards it doesn't mean they're moving into it.
No, that's the thing. Until the last probably 15 seconds of the round, you have absolutely no idea what this team are going to be doing. You can guess, but they might change their mind at the very last second. Now, moving in here, they are going into the site with that Viper's Pit. Contact going to be made, and this is where you kind of expect the snake bites to start going through. Just to delay them that little bit more, but the second they spot them, they're tapping that door, they're trying to bait them into thinking they're going for a rotation. Somebody almost has to go for info. They start walking their way back, and they get both entries immediately. You could just see that Liquid are constantly trying to look for any form of info. A nice shot from Soulcast, and Mr. Fallen catches Redgar. Again, it looked like Liquid had the right idea, but it's a 4v1.
The 5 fingers of the hand clenched into a fist on that one. They did not look for any other element to their gameplay. No push, no pull. Just a straight-up penetration of the C site, and they got in there.
I love it, though, because every time, no matter what they're doing, they open the door behind them. No matter what they're doing, if they're going back to B, if they're going to go B all the way back round and go A, they always open that door, so then the players go, well, there's 15 seconds. We need to find something out, and both players are caught as the swing comes in. That's ridiculous as well by a captain, by the way. Like, just the spray control that this guy seems to have. It's absurd. And that, again, I think they're impossible to play against right now. And I don't actually think that Liquid are making bad calls. I think they're just being outplayed.
I'm inclined to agree with you there, Tom, and I think for now, the start of the series certainly looking promising with 2 maps both being quite one-sided. If that's how this one does close out, it's kind of how I want this series to pan out. Both maps, realistically, the first picks in the BO5 should be strengths. They should be major strengths for your squad, and then things start to close in the distance. We thought Ascent could be a mid-ground, but it certainly wasn't. Lotus looking to be the same. 3 players up close, safe the first. Now the showstopper fired out. There's a player below. Not a chance for him to survive. And although Safe goes down, he's gotten his teammate a weapon. And in a round like this, 1-to-1 trades, upgrades as well on the back of those kills, more than worthwhile.
Look at the Kiwi is running around with an operator. He has gone straight in towards the side, and Yumpy's just been destroyed.
One of the weapons.
Redgar, though, he's managed to get him behind them. A chance, he sprays down 2. And Kiwi doesn't really have his weapon of choice for a 1v2 clutch you'd expect. Still, though, impossible to doubt this man in any moment. looking to get up close, waiting. He finds that kill immediately, swivels on a dime, starts looking for where Nats is. He's got it wrong for now, but we know that this man seems to have the right reaction, and he spots where the smoke comes from, and he just does not miss! A 1v2 with an operator, and Kiwi makes it look easy!
A Red Bull clutch. Insult to injury for Team Liquid, who are looking for the final scrapings in this half. Just to grab a round or two would make them happy, but they are denied. And they dug deep on that one. What an attempt.
He read it. Obviously, the poison orb gives it away, but he read the rest of that perfectly. You mentioned it, there's the smoke, there's the TP sound, and he's just checking everything, locks in exactly where Redgar is. He's so good at reading every single scenario, and playing an attack side operator on a Neon, if I see any other player on the planet do that, I think they're a moron, but somehow he makes it work.
I wonder if in that split second he's thinking, if he had a TP'd in that smoke, he would have tapped the defuse. He would have baited me in for his teammate.
Maybe.
I have an I'm not going to spray it.
Maybe we can ask him. Let's ask him what he was thinking.
Well, you think he's winning? Gonna get an interview afterwards? All right. Predictions in from Tom. Normally you vote against FUT, so I'm just surprised. 9-2, and we got Team Liquid on this last round of the half. They need 3. They want 3 so badly. Safe. He is being pushed back by the Viper's pit, and he's caught by Cracks immediately. I love that. 2 players following it with shorties. What the hell can you do about that? Kiwi's gone through, straight through the smoke. This guy's insane. And he's sticking around for more, not happy with 1 kill. Now inside the pit with an
operator, of course.
Somehow I feel like he's going to hit the shot. Somehow I know he's going to hit that shot. Blind fire, do it.
Yeah,
don't even ADS.
No scope him. And look, just look at the, you've just got that backup plan. If they ever needed it, they've got Moj in from behind. So many angles to clear, not a lot of time to do it. Running in on a shorty, eventually he goes down and then Nats will fall as well. It's a 10-2 half for FUT. Bear in mind, won the pistol, lost the second, lost the third, won every single round since, no matter what Liquid threw at them, they destroyed them.
That ain't gonna happen every day. I mean, for FUT, we had a lot of promise sold about their Lotus. We knew it's their map pick, if anything. This is somewhere that they should be able to compete. It's somewhere they should be able to make Liquid uncomfortable. But they have completely shut this squad down. 10-2, and you know, very similar to Ascent when we started that one out. You're kind of starting to think about split if you're on Team Liquid. I don't know how much faith they have in their attack side, but it better be a lot for them to get through this. I also want to just say a shout out, because some of those rounds were chaotic. I think Silva Mel over on the Observer desk doing a fantastic job. Our replays have been on point as well. Shout out Jacob for those.
Yeah.
And it's been a fun game to watch, and I think when we go on to the next 3 maps, I'm expecting 3 maps out of this with swinging performances like that. Things will be a lot closer, but right here it seems like FUT just have the leg up here.
Well, the interesting thing will be like even the next 2 maps. Like you're looking at Split as one of the options, where it's a very, very strong map. For one side, I would say it's definitely not the best out from FUT, but they definitely showed that they can play it. You've then got Pearl in there as well, which I think is a map that Liquid most of the time haven't played it in the VCT EMEA this entire season. They haven't played it. Yeah. If this map goes the way of FUT, we will be seeing it. There's a guarantee. So we've got so much to play for, and then ending on Bind. It's going to be an amazing series, or at least hope it is. But there's one way to stop us from seeing Pearl, and that is for Liquid to take this map. They have got an absolute mountain to climb, and the thing is, it's like, we have seen FUT dominate on either side of this map. It's not like they're a one-half warrior where they come through, they show us an amazing attack side, and then they're absolute cheeks on the defense. That hasn't been the case for them when it comes to Lotus. I do think the attack has definitely been their better side, but a lot of the time that's because they start there and you don't even get to see the rest of the game. So I am intrigued to see what Liquid have to offer, and the fact is they showed some decent defensive rounds when they played against Fnatic today. They have just been played with, and I think that's the most impressive thing about FUT on this map, is every single time it seems whatever mid-round call is made, the whole team follow it to the letter, and it works. And that's just brilliant. That is a team with full faith in their IGL, full faith in their protocols, and it has been a joy to watch. And as I said, I feel like in a lot of those rounds, Liquid had moments where it's like, you have got this right, and they still lost.
I think it's also a bit of a statement that Kiwi has come out of that half with a total of 4 deaths. I mean, as a Neon on Lotus.
A Neon solo side operator a lot of the time.
Yeah, yeah. And you look at it, even the game up against Na'Vi where he went 26 and 12, you know, he was so involved in early duels.
One of those deaths was him running towards the stairs in front of you with an operator and being shot because he didn't expect anyone to be there. So that's what it takes to kill him. He basically has to be doing something clinically insane.
So, you can kill him any round then. That's good. FUT, 10 rounds on the board. Defense now mounted, and Team Liquid quickly making their way towards this A site. There's players all around them. 3 stack up on the site, 1 in the door. That's a bit of an awkward start, but Krax is able to recover. Door swinging open now as it's broken. Safe was only 22 HP. Yumpy's in with another. This is flipped into their favor. Team Liquid, that might be the lifeline that they needed. If they can push up to 3 and avoid getting second rounded by FUT, they'll be in a great spot to at least start this comeback. Oh, that's going to be the kill. Yeah, Nats getting ahead on that one. A few whiff shots from Mr. Fallen. Team Liquid on the board, but how long will it last?
Yeah, normally they're the ones losing the pistol and winning the second round, so I'd say I don't actually know how good they're going to be in these second rounds because they don't normally have an advantage. Normally, maybe they should just stick with the Ghosts and the Sheriffs and just see how it goes. It would be an interesting economic strat, but I don't think they're going to do it. In fact, I would almost say they do the opposite, just go in heavy. Like, the fact is you almost need to be winning your bonus round if you're going to have a chance to actually turn this back. For now, though, barely anything invested for FUT. And to be honest, at this stage, you don't really need to. You are so far ahead, you can just get the buys in as early as possible.
Kiwi does massively scare me when he's playing this agent and has a shorty in hand. The distance that he can close is unbelievable.
But name me a gun that you see him with that doesn't strike the fear of God into your heart.
An Ares.
You've never seen him use an Ares.
That's true.
And I reckon if you did, you'd be a little bit
I'd have
scared.
a different answer.
You'd probably see it and go, actually, that's more scary than I thought it would be because
classic,
I don't know what.
Knife. I mean, they're all working for him. I don't know. I don't know what I can say at this point. But look, for Team Liquid.
Can't even say Bucky. Because I'd be very scared
no,
if I
really.
with a Bucky.
I know, because we saw him with a Bucky, and he was just dashing at people, buckying them. So there's nothing. There's nothing. No kryptonite for this guy. But yeah, Team Liquid, I'd almost take a bet that Yumpy's going to do the most damage in this round, just with their signature round 2 Ghost. The rest of the squad, though, bought in on rifles, and it means you don't want to lose 2 or more players, really. You can afford 2 with a little bit of pain on your side, 3, and it's getting rough. Good thing is, as you said, FUT don't have the Sheriffs even to fight with. Literally 2 shorties and classics. That should be easy to deal with, and so far it is.
It looked like for a second there could be a nicely little crossfire for Safe, but he's found the opener they needed. And now an afterplant on the B site, it doesn't really give a lot of opportunities. Again, it would only really be if there were maybe some overextensions. Mr. Farland has managed to dodge every single bullet somehow. The spam's not quite getting it onto him. And I'm actually looking at where Kiwi is. It looks like he is expecting the most audacious flank ever. I guess you are playing against Nats.
Can't use that yet.
It's just a waiting game at this point. Catch exits, die to the spike. Whoops, there's no exit for Mr. Fallen. A little too far away. 12 HP left on Yumpy, 47 on Safe. You can see the opportunities to do damage were here, but unfortunately, they will not be realized in time. Yumpy's the last man on site, and, well, there's a kill maybe. Oh, he even got it. He got the shorty kill in the end, but yeah, the impact is negligible. Only the pistol lost, and altogether, a very tidy round for Liquid.
Yeah, and to be honest, I think that's why they put Yumpy on that. They want his ult. They want to get him as close to having that lockdown as physically possible, so he can take the risk. If he dies, he gets an ult orb. If he gets a kill, or 2 in this case, and dies, he ends up with 3. So really not a bad case for him whatsoever. An extra one for Kiwi. And I will say, again, in most cases, I don't really rate his ult, but with him, it's still pretty good.
I think that's fair to say. Right now, FUT mounting up round 15 with rifles in hand. Of course, Team Liquid saved up so much in the previous round that they're able to fight, and pretty much every duel that's taken will be a tough one for FUT to convert, and especially with a few whiffs like that, and they've converted both on Team Liquid. The advantage now with the attackers, and if they were to make a comeback, this is certainly what they wanted to see. They've caught the lurker of Nats, no surprise, he was elsewhere. Yumpy was spotted, right?
Oh, he definitely
that
has
just
been
came
now.
back online.
Still, though, he is just a ruse. He is trying to sell the idea that they have fallen back off this side of the map. There's still a chance, though, that if he gets caught, we could see an even scenario. This was a pretty much dominant spot, and they actually did start rotating because Jumpy didn't see anyone. So this has now made this very much doable for the side of FUT from a spot where, well, it feels like it was already done.
3 players on a C. Paranoia dodged just because of FUT's rotations that they were attempting. Now they're off-site in towards the spawn. That's where the fight's coming through. Save! He didn't expect them to be that close. Didn't expect a second, but he had backup. McLean trades out of captain's left alone. Doesn't have his poison orb with him, so he won't be able to even pop up a smoke on the site and make it that little bit easier. His wall already used. He has to just win the fights. Already tagged up from that engagement on the, I think it was on Nats earlier on. He got a few bullets off into him.
The thing is, he is the sort of guy that would somehow pull something out of nothing. The main problem is the time. He's given up his position. They know exactly where he is, just wasting down that clock as much as possible. And he's just got running through. A nasty surprise. I'm not gonna lie, I didn't even see Solcast's head. It just somehow, I don't know what res he's playing, but I want it.
I thought he was pre-firing there. It's like, oh, he killed him. Okay, cool. We got X-ray. With 10-5. Hey, look, Liquid are making it happen, man. 3 in a row. They don't lose the follow-up to the pistol. They don't lose their bonus round, which again, was insanely stacked as was, but they got crunched on. They took control of Mount.
Oh, get out of here. I still can't see it. You put a big circle around it, I can't see anything.
I mean, look, if that was Redgar seeing it, I believe it, the man's head's inside the monitor. Everyone else, what? Do I need glasses? Is this how I find out? All right. FUT, defensive side, 3-man stack up on C, low weapons. Very low investment into weaponry, flash out. Oh, the conversion is tough.
Oh, they haven't seen him. They haven't seen him.
Unlucky.
He's stuck blind in the corner. The utility was great, but they just didn't quite spot him out. Well, that's a punish and a half from Redgar. Gun for Moj. I don't know how much he's going to be at. Well, he knows they're there. It's not really going to help him too much because they've already cleared the C site and they're going running all the way back. Actually picking up an orb. There was a real world where there was a great timing for Moj there and he gets a free kill on the spike, but not going to be the case. And the reason Solcast has taken the time is because the plant here will actually get him Nightfall for the next round. So it's going to end up being worth it. Safe may fall here. No, never mind. He's going to hit the shot over the top of the mound and Liquid continue their climb.
Through the mound even. A few grains of sand getting caught up in that bullet. You know, in that situation, I think they played that perfectly. You lose your Killjoy, all your flank protection is wide open. Go back, get Spike, use Prowler, buys you a couple seconds. And then the full force goes into the C site, leaving the low HP player behind, who essentially has full HP again. You know, you got to headshot him in that position. Yeah. Maybe a wall bang off just at the top of the sand, but still, the point is he gets that extra little buff. Can't shoot him in the leg and take him down, because you can't hit his legs.
There's a lot of red on my screen at the moment. We'll see if there's going to be a defensive round victory now that FUT actually have a purchase. A quick clear towards rubble. Getting rid of any potential aggression, but we see this a lot. The same from Fnatic. Ada Captain just, I don't know, I'm just starting to think he can see through things because he's now just sprayed down a decent amount of damage onto Redgar. Now here comes the clear. So much utility being thrown in onto Kiwi. He is completely alone, has no support. You'd expect him to have fallen back, but he's just still sitting around this angle, and it's a missed shot, or maybe a leg shot. I don't know, it didn't actually do any damage. It looked like maybe he connected, but never mind. Nothing found, a good clear, and this completely pulls apart FUT's initial hold, because they have to move another player now to defend this A side.
Yeah, well, I mean, FUT have dedicated Mr. Fallen to this side of the map, but they're still confident in playing this one with the 2-man stack up on C, and I think that's because you can't have Maj rotate. His utility is so important for this squad. But as to why Krax is still here, I couldn't tell you.
30 seconds
Maybe they're
left.
expecting this swap up from Team Liquid. And
they've been doing this a lot. They've been pressuring on that side of the map and rolling back. The thing is, though, it's the ults. I don't know how they're going to manage to hold this versus that many ultimates available. Through goes safe, a free kill for the first 15 seconds, and Krax needs to go big here. Only going to get the one. Instant trade from Redgar. Huge stuff from him, and another. He's just finding every single player as he walks through into the site. It carries on for Liquid. This was looking like a dominant spot, an easy win. They have now won 5 rounds in a row.
I think it was those ultimates being online, specifically that showstopper, that let them play so late into this round. Confident that when they make that push, even if they do meet resistance, they'll still get the spike on the floor in time. And it's things like that, not having Captain falling back, using his utility to harass you, and then those other players spurred on. There's 10 seconds left. Drop the spike, we might win the round. And, well, unfortunately, that wasn't to be. And now Team Liquid are hot on FUT's heels. This was looking impossible. It was 10-2 at the half. There were so many win conditions that aren't reliable like pistol rounds. Now they're set up to take it all the way. FUT, their response in this round, the push up, it's worked well for one, for two as well. Not bad.
Yeah,
even numbers, weapon upgrades.
Yeah, and there's still a player here, Moj, on the other side. Now, you'd expect him to get cleared, but no, he's managed to use the smoke to just keep himself in this position. Prowler going to be going through, and he opts to just dodge it after being hit by that paranoia. Still, though, this is one of the best opportunities we've seen for FUT in a while. And again, we're going to see this aggressive clear coming through for Liquid. A free kill on the first, but again, the trade is immediate. That now juggles that weapon over. A 2v2, both players with guns. They clear the hard angle, but Safe gets both. It looked like there was a real chance for FUT, but again, just one man stands in their way.
That mandible claw is starting to loosen now. It really felt like FUT had the chokehold on the series, on the map at a bare minimum, rather, but it has slipped out of their control now. 2 rounds in between them, and Team Liquid showing that their attack side doesn't have too many weaknesses. That makes 6 rounds in a row. No surprise then. The Team FUT have decided to call a timeout from a 10-2 lead to a 2-round gap. Now's the time to fix the problems.
Yeah, for sure. And a lot of it has come down to, firstly, a lot of their aggressive plays have had opportunities, I'd say. This round, at least, there was actual success, but we've seen them just miss moments where, like, Redguard blinded in a corner, not being spotted, like, little things like that, or even just aggressive plays from Kiwi where he gets insta-killed, like at the beginning of rounds. Like, these are risks that are being taken from FUT, and every single one of them has been read and stopped by Liquid. And I think a lot of that actually comes down to the utility we're seeing out from Soulcast. I feel like his fade has been so important just for late round clears, like be it using the horn or even when they go to reclaim rubble, they're constantly using those prowlers to make sure nobody can get into position. And even I think using Nats as snake bites for the same reason. They are being very methodical to not allow FUT any of those aggressive positions they want. And that, for now at least, so far in this half, they have shut down Kiwi, which is a tough thing to do.
And by the looks of it, at the beginning of this round, we're not seeing that same denial out of Team Liquid. Now, okay, we've just seen Nats rotate back around to A main, so maybe we will.
Well, they've been doing it late round. That's the thing. They've been reclaiming it maybe midway through.
Okay, so he's beginning by putting an orb down. This is just blocking off the side, allowing them to cross potentially. Crunch over towards Rubble. But the mound won't find any bodies atop it. These players on the attack have fallen back, playing behind the smokes. Viper's Pit went down on B. So at this point, full C control, full connector into B. They've got B locked down. I don't think you're going to make it through that. You're 1 HP by the time you get near Viper. It leaves the A side. And thankfully, Nats has been claiming some space here, so they don't have to worry too much about clearing out these angles, at least to begin with.
Yeah, the one gap I was worried about is back towards that broken door, but it's yet to be destroyed. Lockdown actually being used just to try and force a player out of the Viper's Pit. It is a ruse, though. Look at the rotations being pulled. This, again, is going to leave Moj as a solo player on this A site as everybody else scurries to try and help out with this Viper's Pit. I think he's got back into it, though. That's the one real value, but Moj, in the meantime, is calling for backup.
Well, the pit's dropping just now, allowing the flank, but it might not come through in time. FUT have lots of bodies here to defend. Viper's Pit going up as the player looks to make it out. Nats could be in danger. Captain trying to hunt down the planter, but not able to deny. The spike is on the floor, and FUT now need to start the defuse. And remember, we said that flank was on its way. Yumpy is now starting to get around that corner, just a few seconds away from making contact, and that could be what pushes them over the line here. He's got a great spot. There's the kill. Now they know there's a double peek coming, and it's already in. Redgar onto Kiwi, leaves Captain, who might just want to run away from this one. They even dropped the pit on site, give him no cover, nowhere to hide. So it is very much time to go for that save. Another round where FUT will be shut down, nothing to be brought through to the next even.
Yeah, really good ultimate usage again, coming out of the side of Liquid. Just putting that pressure in onto Moj. He's not able to get anything because he's hit by that Nightfall and just basically forcing him all the way to the back of the site. And then this flank from Yumpy was just sublime. Made it impossible to get anything done. I also think that Kiwi's ult ran out just as he went to take that battle. So he had to switch over to his op, and that's why he didn't have a gun in hand. Like, it's just very, very unlucky timing for him, but hey, it made the difference.
You lose so much of it in the chaos. One round now between them, Team Liquid. I mean, I am beyond impressed with this comeback into the map. You know, I'll always say, if you're a pro player and you sit there and tell me, well, yeah, we've lost this map, let's look at the next. Unless it's 13 on the board, you're making the wrong call. Like, that's not something you should be doing as a professional player. I don't think many people do. But still, a 10-2, I wouldn't have blamed them, because it's such a big comeback to make on a map that FUT have been controlling so well. But now they fight to be on even territory. And just look at what they're fighting with over on FUT to try and defend their lead. Pistols, stingers, and cracks on a Vandal. Now look, Redgar in this event has shown us how powerful that stinger can be, but no bullets landing for FUT early on. They lose rubble control, they lose A main, and it's a 4-stack on A. The decision is Liquid's on where they go. They've dragged rotates towards C, but those rotates stay on the back of this info.
Yeah, the thing is as well, Liquid are also playing very late into the round, so any information you get can just be a ruse. The same thing we said for FUT is just selling the story. They're going in the other direction. This time though, FUT are in the right place at the right time. Majority players sat around this angle, waiting as they now go looking to split back into this B side. Lockdown actually going to be put into play as well. This is something they have to pressure. They need to push forward and try and deny this, and Moj has done well to defend it, but not for long enough. They've been able to destroy it at the very last second. Showstopper's gonna kill off Kiwi, and now Cracks, last man standing, 1v3, no chance.
No, not at all. This man had a rifle to start the round, but he also had 100 HP, and that's gone now! He's almost been taken out.
He'll go anyway.
Won't be his utility instead. Through the darkness, Safe takes the kill. 10-10.
Wow.
It's almost beyond belief. But the lead is no longer in FUT's hands. They might just be calling another timeout.
That's the crazy thing.
Look at
if there wasn't that, if there wasn't that second round force buy and then the third round conversion, we would have 0 defense rounds.
That's insane.
In the entire map. Like, that doesn't happen in Valorant. It doesn't happen.
You ever go on the agents tab on VLR, you can see like the win rate on each map. You can section it by events and all that sort of crack. And I feel like it's going to be a little skewed after this matchup on Lotus. We're going to be thinking it's the most attack-sided map we've ever seen. Defense? What defense?
No.
Doesn't exist.
Doesn't exist. I don't know. This has been a truly absurd comeback from Liquid, dragging things through round after round. And the fact is, I feel like both teams have done a fantastic job of just playing with those rotations. Like getting into these sites late, using their ultimates. And that's the thing that's been impressive is I feel like whenever there has been a stack up, whenever there has been a good read, Liquid have had the right ults to just destroy whatever they had available. Moj has been the one player I feel like has been able to get into spots to actually try and do some damage, and each time he's been eliminated almost instantly. And now for FUT, well, their second pause, another opportunity to try and turn that tide, but I'm going to be honest, I don't even know if Kiwi's got a kill in this second half. I feel like he was 16-4. Maybe I'm wrong.
I think he was 14-4.
Okay, well, it's definitely been a while. It's been, because I think he was something like 16-6 or 8 or something like that.
Yeah,
so he's had a rough second half. They have counted him at every turn.
Comeback like this from Liquid, it's once in a blue moon. Tougher than a $2 steak, as Jim Ross would say. And I think from this point forward, it is plain sailing. This is the easy part now. Rifles in for FUT. We'll see if that defense has the adaptations up their sleeve, the correct ones. For now, A-side hold, lots of utility, turret watching B, and 3 players waiting for this contact on Mound. It will not come through. Look at Redgar's position. He's so passive, sitting up on top of the boxes. We've seen this from him before. This is map control denial. He's keeping the players in position and allowing his team to take the weaker side of the map for themselves. 4 of them focused up on this, and we haven't really seen them break this door and go through to B at all. Not something they're very fond of. And once again, they will be focused on the A side, locked in.
They've got a chance to wrap back around as well, though. That's the thing, there's so much space towards the spawn right now. At a captain under pressure, and because of that, they've been able to basically just hightail their way to B. Redgar, oh, he's managed to take the shot. The first kill comes easy, it's the next ones that might be a little bit tougher, and he will fall. It at least gives a little bit of an opportunity in the retake, but they may not even need it. Nats is still just causing them problems in those backlines. And now, probably one of the weirdest afterplants you're ever going to see. Safe, pushing even further forward. Hearing Adacaptain. Does he even check this? It seems like he does. A chance for Adacaptain, and he somehow wins the fight as well.
11 HP is not a lot, but it could be enough this time around. Late flanked by Yumpy. Solkas has to delay them. He doesn't have any utility to play with. Yumpy steps. I don't know if they're hurt. I don't think they were. He's hit shift just in time. Here's a reveal back online. It'll buy them a second, no more. Yumpy emerging from the smoke has to do everything, and he's caught by Mr. Fallen. There it is. At long last, FUT are back on the board. They will not give Team Liquid the lead just yet.
I remember back when I used to work in that other game people might have heard of, there was a producer called Producer Reese, and he said that I would call it Producer Reese's fallacy, where it was basically, he said, whoever was in the lead when the scoreline is equalized will always win the next round. And to be honest, it seems to happen a lot more than I'd like to admit. It's a truly ridiculous thing that
pseudoscience, but the fact that, I mean, the stats add up.
It's worked this time. Maybe I don't keep an eye on it when it doesn't work, but
you don't think of it
it does seem to be just ridiculous. And the fact that FUT have finally managed to find something, I have to say, one of the weirdest rounds I've ever seen.
Definitely.
Like, I feel like you could go back and watch that 1,000 times and just spot different things.
I mean, honestly, it looked like each player was in a different spawn from a deathmatch.
Yeah.
Like, it was hard to tell. I mean, but the fact is, you have to compliment, for example, Adacaptain on his way back through. The fact that he actually checks that corner. I think 99% of players walk by. They're just like, oh, they're planning B, I'm on my way, dead, round lost.
And also,
Instead,
they're
up
somehow ready for the reflank from Yumpy. I feel like,
which, by the way, if they don't have the wall up from Adacaptain, it's a problem. He's able to get the kill.
But that's the thing. It's like, I feel like Yumpy has been so impressive on these lurks. Like, the space he's managing to find, it's like he's just reading the game to almost perfection. Like, you might look at the numbers from this game and go, oh, he was okay. But the fact is, his impact has been off the charts.
I think it even shows how good of a read he had on it, where, like, he didn't know where those two players were. He sprinted just as much as he needed to, tapped the shift key, and I swear, that must have literally been as the audio circle was clipping the other player. They didn't hear him, as far as I'm aware, but they damn nearly did. Okay. Two players pushing past the orb here, but FUT are finally trying to face on this angle. Paranoia could come through, but not anymore, it can't! There's Nats for a double! What a way to kick off this round! And it's leaving cracks in no man's land. The wall goes up to help him fall back, but he's still getting tagged on the way, and then they try to take space on C. They meet safe. This is a very patient Team Liquid, but now they're making their way to A, and I think they'll probably up the pace.
Well, yeah, and there needs to be some sort of hero here for FUT. You managed to kill 2 players on one side of the map, you've spotted another player on the other. You know that there can literally be 1-2 players here max. Rotation already coming through. Krax is going to take a lot of damage. I guess just trying to hold on to the angle somehow. He's managed to find a kill, a chance for a second, but it won't come through. Adacaptain there to support, gets the kill with the snakebite. Moj just found another, but now he's the only one left. 33 HP. Faking the sound, it's all just a ruse to try and give an opening to Redgar. Surely this won't be expected, and because of that, he'll close out the round. 11-11, back to level pegging once again, but can Liquid finally take themselves the lead?
What a devastating way it would be to lose this for FUT after such an extended lead. And then they fight back 1 round, and then they have an idea. The orb's going down, let's get close. Maybe the paranoia was to come through. Maybe it was a flash from Krax that they wanted to blitz off of. Either way, it didn't work.
No.
And they almost recovered the round. That's where it sucks, because it's like you took a risk. And because of that risk, you lost the round, essentially, when it came down to crunch time.
Just look at the buy again. Not a good space to be in. Adacaptain at least has himself his ult available. They're so ready for anything he was going to do. He's attempted this many a time. This exact same spot with an operator not long ago. Nats wary of the exact same push, but this time he's alone. Snaps back! And that's the Kiwi they needed. A double entry off the start of this round, and instantly the rotation comes in to stack back up this C site for FUT. They have players ready and waiting.
Mr. Fallen's recovered a weapon for the retake, but these players on site are going to make sure that that's not needed. But the thing is, Adacaptain, Sheriff in hand. How much can he get done from here? Needs the angle. They're kept back by the utility. 50 seconds now on the clock. These players making their way through eventually. I don't think they have much of a choice anymore. They've got to win these fights on the site. Awkward to start. The pistol's actually coming ahead and steaming ahead. Only Solkas, and he's surrounded. Shots coming. I thought through the smoke as well, but they delayed slightly. They've allowed him to slip away. And he's going all the way to the A site. Look, a 1v4 though, and they've all got rifles now.
He's trying to fake the sound, I think. The thing is, obviously he's heard the door go, so there's not really a safe place on B to plant. Rotation will give him at least an extra orb, which honestly, for Solkas going into the next round, that'll be his Nightfall online. So you might be thinking, oh, it's just wasting time here, but a chance at the clutch, not going to be had though. I am telling you. They finally they get it level again and straight win one of the cleanest rounds we've seen. And no, is it recreatable? Like, that was just truly ridiculous from Kiwi. As said, he was, whatever the scoreline was, he was in a dominant spot in that first half, easily the best player, and it went quiet for a very long time, but that's when he awakens. That's when he steps up for the team, finding both players on this A side, reading the scenario to literal perfection. And then he even has his teammates ready to step up on the other side. One more round needed for FUT to take us to a third map with a level scoreline. Otherwise, 2-0 down, it would be a rough way back.
You just saw the sigh of relief coming out of FUT. Now that they're guaranteed an overtime on this map, they can no longer be snatched out from under them so quickly. But one round for Team Liquid to lock that OT in. The knife to begin. Again, the Viper's Pit will be used on mid from FUT, locking down the B site. Any sort of rotation through that twisty door.
They push so far up this time. Not normally seeing them go this deep. Kiwi clearly wanting to just hold on to as much control as possible. And with B site locked, him this far forward, they now know that the only place they can really rotate to is C. And that's exactly where the defensive side is going.
Success has been found before with Safe barreling his way in towards the site for Team Liquid. This time no showstopper, but every other ultimate to play with. You might want to use some of those before making your way in. And already Yumpy is going to be doing just that. A lockdown that maybe even puts a bit of an awkward note on this round for Ada Captain. Certainly pushes all these C players out of position and lets them straight on in there.
Can't use that.
Viper's Pit, I assume, to come online to lock down the site. But it doesn't look like it for now.
No, the thing is they can't. You've got the null command on the other side from Crack, so this is exactly where they used it last time. Same position, just to try and slow them down that little bit more. A single kill for Moj will give him a lockdown as well, so they've got to be very careful. And in fact, Liquid are going to opt to try and play this one a little bit more aggressive. It is perfect. The util into the corner made it impossible. There was nowhere for them to go. Ada Captain is going to try and hit a timing, sprint his way through. But there is nothing to be had, and guess who's waiting in the back lines? It's Yumpy once again. Doesn't miss a beat.
Well, that sigh of relief taken back now, because they're pushed right back into this situation. Team Liquid guaranteed the OT, locked it in, and now they're on their defensive side.
This was so good. It was so good. Just a combo of utility. There was no safe corner for them to sit in.
Couldn't get out, couldn't stay in. All he could do was die. The fact that 3 of them got hit, and the response was immediate. Like, you hear that noise, it's like the start of your favorite song. Doo-doo-doo. You're like, yeah, Naden, got him. Didn't get as many as he wanted, I'm sure, for Safe. Boost up those stats a little more, but it is what it is. A win's a win. Team Liquid now with a chance to put 2-0 on this board, to have Split as the final map to decide this series.
Potential.
Yeah? The potential, I did start with that. I haven't got the script out yet. There were only 2 pages left, I think it's... Some util locking them down on C. Same setup we've seen before. Yumpy, turret up top, Nanos down below. Thing is, Kiwi can bypass these pretty quickly.
Oh, Nats is here again. Odin in hand, paranoia onto Yumpy, but it's not going to last. Counter util being expended. In fact, a fairly hefty rotation, but this time they have left Safe behind. Maybe expecting a little bit more, and with a lot of the util already being expended, Nats is fairly comfortable to go back to this aggressive position we saw before.
Yeah, the thing is, he's still got support, and that support is just leaving them lighter on other sides of the map. Obviously, with Redgar so pushed up on A, they're confident that they can control this information. keep this part of the map in their hands, but Redguard needs to go huge. 3 players are about to swing him. He's lost all of his abilities, but gets one off first. So he's able to make it out of that corner safely. The wall up, covers his retreat. And we're in a good spot still. Team Liquid have their info. They sort of need to rotate, in my mind, off of C. Maybe that's the idea, though, again, conscious that FUT like to double think.
They love to rotate back. This time, though, well, it is going to be that A site here or back towards B. This is where Safe has been waiting. He's been here the entire round. He's been expecting this rotation to come through, and he is denying them that space, but even still needs to fight that a little bit more. Plant going to be coming in. I don't think there's anything they can do to deny that. They're trying their best to swing it through, and the trades do go in their favor. One of the better opportunities for them to steal around, but Mr. Fallen still alive, low on HP. 38 in fact, and that will deny him. Liquid are going to claim a defensive round, and well, Mitch, those have been rare.
They absolutely have, and of all the times to pull that out, now they go to their attack side where they were dominating round after round. They have their slow rounds and they have their quick rounds, and the success rate's about the same. This is going to be a very tough position for FUT, and I think more so than anything, it's the mental anguish they must feel from being 10-2 in the damn lead, and now potentially 2-0 down in this series, a series that could give them a big leg up going to the international scene, and more importantly, give them a chance to actually take down Fnatic, to get their revenge. But neither of those seeming likely at this point. They'll have to push us to overtime number 2 and win out their defensive round. A tough task for them.
Yeah, we're seeing that same aggression in towards that A site, taking that control away. Of course, one of the main things that worked was the fact that they had ults to spare when they went back towards the C site late in the round, but this is the most aggressive we've seen FUT by a country mile. 2 players as deep as can go, just waiting for anybody on that cross, but this is where Soulcast's util does bring some value. It's looking like they're going to try and just fight this one out. It's a trade. Nats is gone, but it's at the loss of Kiwi on the other side.
And they have to burn up a quick smoke to get out of there because Nats no longer has that wall to activate. These players falling back towards the B site where they've got a lot of control. Yumpy already snuck in. That's an awkward position to be in. Great timing from FUT, the way they pushed out, the angles that they got. The plant will still come through for Team Liquid. Safe, having grabbed the orbs early round. He's now in a good spot. Showstopper online yet again, and he's using it already. Shift walking his way. Where is he going? That's the question that they have to answer. And, well, in the end, it's bought them a little bit of time. That's all they'll get for it. Still, the man advantage towards FUT.
I guess the plan was to try and just regain some space. They put down the alarm bot. Safe in position. No, he's dropped one, but the trade is immediate. It leaves the players somewhat isolated. Soulcast's going to go forward. A chance to spray down 2, but he only gets the 1. And from attack round to attack round, somehow back-to-back defense rounds, it's almost like we're in overtime.
I mean, that's it. We've had so many rounds play out. The adaptations, the mind games start to come into play. You're not playing this, 14th attack round the same way you played your 3rd, I'll tell you that. For FUT. But yeah, you're losing if you are. I'll tell you that for sure. But no, at this point, can only imagine the emotions down on that stage. The series had a very quick first map, but the second, obviously what they were saving their energy for. One-sided swings either way in the regulation. This is a big fight though on A. Now both teams committing to the control. Soulcast falling immediately. Kiwi somehow able to get that.
He's just been bullied. Like that. That's one of those things you'll watch back and go, oh, nothing I could do. Cool.
It's a rough one, man. The player you're losing there is Soulcast. At least you're keeping on a lot of your utility, but some of your supportive util now taken out. Some of your initiation.
You can't be in a retake, basically. That's what it comes down to now. It's going to be so difficult without him to clear those positions, and instead they're looking to re-aggress. Their main plan was to fight this A site. They're going to continue that.
Oh, the Odin's locked down on left. Nats has got 2! That's a recovery from Team Liquid, leaving Maj all alone. And it's the big boy doing all the damage. Maj, good luck to you. That spike's down in the open. They've got their backs watched. And a very, Very late play from Yumpy. I mean, he's pushing up mound. He's going to be here in the next minute. I think the plant has to come through for him to be close by. And it may yet. 50 HP and he's gone. Nade won't deal damage, but the Odin, of course, the Odin saves the day for Team Liquid. Nats with a triple and one more chance to close this out for Liquid.
Yeah, they're going to take themselves a timeout. They've been so good in the attack, but the last few have been a back and forth defensive round victories. And oh my God, like it's just so ridiculous. You can see that the util again from Liquid was, well, a split second from being perfect.
It's even the attacker wall going up as well. It's almost like they planned it. Wow. One round to go for Team Liquid to make, I mean, one of the most impressive comebacks that I've seen this side of 2021.
I feel like you would have said best if it wasn't for that one team at that event in Brazil. I think that was a pretty good comeback.
The stakes were kind of high there as well,
yeah,
right? Like
just a little bit. I think it was
right.
11-3, so it's about the same number of rounds, but like I maybe just edged that one just a tiny bit. Just a tiny bit.
So say one of the best.
One of the best.
Comfortably. For Team Liquid, certainly the best that I can think of in their team's history. Even going back to different rosters. I mean,
well, it's all right. Red Guy's having fun.
Oh, yeah. Look, they were 10-2 down, and now they're one round away from winning the map, setting them up to close the series on Split, which is their map pick. If Redgar wasn't smiling, we'd need to send a psychologist down to that stage. I mean, this is unbelievable. The scenes from Team Liquid. And going on to Split, you know,
have we seen a time? We've got a timeout on the other side. That's what was confusing me. I turned around. I'm like, well, now it has the FUT logo on the wall. So I was thinking, strange. I was like, okay, yeah, but we did. I think it caught everyone off guard. Back-to-back pauses.
To be honest, you know, in this case for FUT, I really don't mind it because I can think of one excuse right away for why you would take that extra minute to breathe. Literally, if you can, why not take it now? Maybe it will interrupt your opponent's momentum. And maybe it'll reset all that adrenaline.
Is ready to go in 1 minute.
But that's the thing. I think it is a benefit to sit there to get your mental reset.
That fist bump might have just changed the game.
It could have. It could be it. The big strat.
Did they fist bump the other side?
Hold on. We need a fist bump.
Yeah. Technical pause.
Technical pause. He couldn't hear me when I asked for a fist bump.
I technically need a fist bump.
Definitely didn't ignore me. 14-13. One round for Team Liquid. And we're a couple seconds from those barriers going up. The attack side will look for mound control. Kiwi is going to be blitzing out there as well by the looks of things. We will have an early skirmish. The A side, not the battlefield this time. It's a little slower than I expected. I thought he'd be behind the mound, but instead just destroying some utility. Is he going to go back out? Yes, he is. There's a flash, there's a paranoia, and there's a kill. Great stuff from FUT to get the early advantage.
I think he's even caught in a seize. Like, that's how predictable that play was, but there's nothing you can do sometimes. When Kiwi wants a round, Kiwi gets around. 3 players left to try and deal with this, but they still have players remaining on this side of the map. The spam is also going to give this away a little bit. He's also left his alarm bot behind, but that'll be replaced by Yumpies.
Well, this door is swinging open now, but I'm not sure anyone's going through it. The Prowler just to chase that player out of position. They know they don't have to clear it. Now the spike can make its way in here. Good damage, only a little bit. Pushing out a captain out into a wider position. One that Yumpy will have to find when he swings through this smoke. The utility turning his crosshair, but they don't blitz on the back of it. Waiting, biding their time. They get the first. Maj up top. He must get this. Yumpy's so low, and it's Nats to fall. From the top rope, he'll get one, but that seems to be enough.
They're going to get the info as well. That knife, Sublime, stuns coming through, Fragment forcing them forward. In fact, they're going to push it. They're taking the swing, trying to catch them off guard, and it hasn't worked. Now Soulcast, the last man standing, 1v3 to try and bring this one home, and it ain't happening. FUT will bring another defensive round onto the board. It is like a complete mirror to what we saw in regulation. And again, one of the rounds that's been taken home is purely off of the brilliance of Kiwi. Sure, he had a lot of supportive utility, don't get me wrong. This was a gorgeous setup, but the man still had to hit the shot, and I think the second one was even more gross, yeah.
Looks like we're going to be recovering on those map stats from earlier on. Everything's balanced. 14-14. Defensive round for Team Liquid. Not sure what to even make of that anymore. Is it good? Is it bad? Only time will tell. 25 kills on both Redgar and Safe. Having a good game, and Redgar's always, I don't know what it is about him. He's had a good season, actually, but on this map in particular, he's showing up a lot. Doing the heavy lifting for the squad.
Going out.
Oh, here we go. Much more direct. We talk about them playing with their opponents, playing with their food a lot of the time. Not this time for FUT. Running straight in towards this B site. 30 seconds gone and the plant's already coming in.
Door closed is kind of a huge off angle for them to play from. Actually, even better because Redgar's moving towards it. If he breaks this, he's going to have guns trained on him immediately. He's worried about a flanker as well. So much to consider.
Well, look at how far they've pushed up. They're almost expecting Yumpy at this point, but it also keeps the turret online. That's the main thing. They don't really have to worry about that. That horn has just given them everything, though. They know exactly where 3 players are, but knowing and stopping them is another thing. Great work from Soulcast to make this one competitive, but the trades from Kiwi are even better. It's left all onto Yumpy, and this time, there's nothing to be had. Now it's FUT's time to have a go at winning another defensive round.
From a 10-2 lead to 15-14. Starting to look like that other game you were talking about, Tom. We could have a 16-14 close. And for FUT on that defensive side, they've been looking good in overtime. A solution really needed. And I think right there, there's not a lot that you can do because the game plan was good. The reveals were good. The info was there. The follow-up from Soulcast was good.
Kiwi was better.
Then he just starts swiveling, taking absolutely everyone down.
I hope this is only for a fist bump. If it's for anything else, I'm a bit worried.
Technical pause. I mean, we're really putting it to the test. I believe Lauren's not on today, so it's only Hypok.
So you're saying it's his fault?
I didn't say that, Tom. I think you
It's only a short one, though. If it's Lauren, it has to last at least 45 minutes.
That's true. That's true. Well, thank you, Mike, for not extending it too much.
Yeah, we appreciate you for that.
Operator in here for Kiwi. Defensive side early on. He's been going for this mound control, destroying some utility. But where is it going this time? Because that haunt is still going to be there. If he goes out to mound, it'll spot him. They'll still need to destroy it or wait it out.
Right, it's a bit more shallow. They've been throwing it up high. Mr. Fallen's position is a nasty one. It should be something they expect off the peak, and he's going to spot the majority of the team. Anything you can do, we can do better. Liquid trying the exact same strat of their opponents, but Moj is ready for it. The setup good, and they found the opener and held them back. Where is Kiwi is playing this deep with an operator? He's a madman.
I think it does come off the fact that Cracks, although he is rotating now, he was there with the flash ready to support. Kiwi still sticking in that position, holding the information, speaks to his confidence. Team Liquid needs something. They're so spread out, looking for duels. And all right, that's the one they win. I was about to highlight the op and say it's the danger. You spread out, you look for duels against Kiwi with an op, you lose a man. Instead, they've ended up coming on top, but hold on, Yumpy, falling. Had a captain still alive, snake bite down, makes it awkward. Nano blocks him off entirely. Nats will look to push afterwards with the snake bite down. Soulcast has another angle here. I mean, he needs to get towards side to help his teammate. Redgar's miles away, and the captain's gone. Terrible timing for this man. And now a serious chance. Look at Redgar's spot. No, we didn't. Yep, all good. Close your eyes, no one saw it.
And now the other 2 players are both in a good position, but Soulcast has landed both shots. It looks like we're going to continue this one for a little longer. Mr. Fallen, low HP. He's got no chance. Who are we even kidding?
Soulcast wall-banged him.
Sorry?
Soulcast wall-banged him
Sorry, Soulcast. Sorry? What? Excuse me?
I was thinking, is it going to be Redgar getting it or the guy swinging? No, third option this time. All right, fair enough. Back to neck and neck yet again. A treat of a series.
It's so clean, and then go on. Go on. There we go. Yeah, there you go.
Even he's a little surprised.
He knows what he's done. 15-15.
30 rounds.
Not bad.
Not bad for map 2 of a BO5, let me tell you. Could be a late one tonight. They keep this up, but if Team Liquid win it, maybe not. They'll be 2-0 up, as we said. Their map pick up next. 1:30 on the clock. FUT haven't been too quick. They've been playing rotations a lot. This time, though, it's straight up and in, and they're not expecting it. Yumpy caught off guard by just how many players he ran into. And Safe on the corner. Okay, he's not going to be pushed just yet. Gives him an angle to fight out from, and he gets a double. Great work from Soulcast to just buy him that little bit of space, and now they're following through with absolutely everything. Team Liquid back with a vengeance into this one. What? Hello? Hello? He's got a flak jacket on?
He basically caught that.
He tanked it. He tanked it. Diffused it midair. I don't know what that was. But anyways, he falls. The result is the same. Team Liquid with one more chance.
How many times have we said it, though? How many times have we said it? Like, FUT tried to go and recreate their blitz play into the B site of the prior round that worked so wonderfully. This time, I don't know how Soulcast gets that kill, but that's what sets up Safe to do the majority of the work, to do the rest of the damage. He saved his teammate and then even got a triple in the meantime. Frustration for FUT. Oh, I love it.
The contrast of that man in his last game, laughing along, it's all good. And now the stress is getting to him.
That needs to be a meme. That needs to be a meme.
It will be. Just give it time.
Well, the phone's back out. I feel like they must have been on the stage for the last
there it is,
20
up and
minutes
over.
or so.
We saw the snake bite earlier on. It's fired from miles away, and it means you don't have to peek out into the angle. You don't have to give them the chance to op you if they are on the corner, or even just to take that fight. Nobody there. They know that because of the snake bite. The utility here cascading as they clear control, but Safe. That was nasty. A shot with a Vandal through a smoke, and a free kill on the other side.
That puts the pressure onto Ada Captain. He was somewhat alone already on this side of the map, but he's still managing to hold on. A kill onto Redgar. Smoke's gone, he's repositioning. Might just be in the right place at the right time, going through that smoke. It's definitely risky, but he's looking for the ultimate play. The stun's good, but he's got to try and swing that a little bit further round. Still just holding the angle. So many low players on the other side, and he's going to get caught by that Seize. The one player that's gone unchecked is actually Moj.
They'll be wary of this angle, though, and there's not much you can do from there without swinging into the open. I think at this point, we see Ada Captain regroup with Mr. Fall, and they'll push together, but that's what Team Liquid think as well. They think there's going to be players making their way in here safe. Of course, he's aggressive. He always is. Solkis on the corner, though. There you go. Do they check it? They do, but Solkis still wins the first. The second player catching him off guard, putting the pressure on Nats. 30 HP left, no utility to play around, and that spike, the player dropping, Nats has got him! 17 rounds needed for them to push it across the line. But Team Liquid, from 10-2 down, have dug deep. And now they're 2-0 in this series, Tom. They can win it in 3.
Oh, it's theirs to lose now. It's theirs to lose. To come back from such a ridiculous scoreline, to win, I think it was 8 rounds in a row, and then fight back and forth in overtime, all the way to a 17-15 victory.
From a 30 HP 1v2, by the way. From Nets, of course. He starts out this series on fire, and he hasn't cooled down.
Oh my God. What a map.
Sweating after that.
Yeah, I'm not surprised, honestly. I feel like that has been one of the best maps. I would say it's the best map of Lotus I've ever got to watch. Crazy stuff from either side. A brilliant comeback. And honestly, Mitch, you know, I'm going to let you breathe. Let's throw it off to the break. I think the desk might have a few rounds to break down, so we'll let them have this one.
We win the game, though. I'm not even kidding, we win the game, though. Nice point! Nice! Nice, Jibre! Nice! Woo! Nice! 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 Yes!
Red Bull gives you wings.
Usually when I see a target, I won't miss. I try to find weaknesses wherever they are and just game by game try to pick up on anything I can. So this training course is a way for me to really showcase and demonstrate all the questions you guys have been asking, how to get better aim, and it really enables me to answer a lot more and kind of expand on the first video I made like so long ago about VALORANT fundamentals.
It's F-Flex on the beat. It's F-Flex on the beat.
What a comeback from Team Liquid, and Redgar having a lot of fun there on the server. I mean, who wouldn't be if you're playing on that stage right now? I'm your host, Yunsu, and I'm joined by Cougar, Hypok, and PM. PM, a 10-2 comeback. I honestly thought FUT had that in the bag after first half.
Yeah, I'm really disappointed for the Turkish guys because that's a nail in the coffin, to be honest. Like, mentally, it's really hard, and they were about to salvage this on overtime, but they couldn't.
We were talking about how important it is to go under the pressure of playing in a best of 5 here with the crowd, with the people looking at you and actually cheering for the other team. Right now, as you said, mentally it has to be very tearing, no? After how the first map went, going into your map pick, having such a dominant start, and now this happening.
Yeah, I think as well, it touches back on something we talked about after Ascent as well, which is the recovery factor.
Yeah.
Again, when things just started kind of slipping through their fingers a few rounds, you can maybe excuse that. On 10-2, you have a bigger window of failure, I guess, in that regard. But things just spiraled out of control, and FUT barely had a grasp on that second half.
Yeah, I think maybe even after the 10-2, perhaps they thought they had it in the bag, and then when Liquid started coming back, I think they just started panicking and fumbling left, right, and center. But it wasn't just all that, as we will see in just a moment, because PM, there was a lot of great anti-stratting we saw from both sides as well.
Well, maybe not a lot, but there were some particular moments where you can see that they know what's going on, and they are exploiting the weakness. So the thing is, it's a small example I have, but maybe there is more. It's difficult to see where you go anti-strat and where you're just adapting on the fly. But what you can do with this is that there is a current meta where the A anchor is alone and is always playing here. And they knew it, so they went slowly with a sniper operator on Neon and they just went for the kill here, and once they have the kill here, they have the side for them. And that's something you can do against maybe all the team right now. It's currently deep in the meta, playing really backside on A or near the door, and just holding passively here. And that's surprising for me. So you can talk about it, anti-strat, there is 3 layers of it. You can say what they are doing to your players. And the best way is to say how to see what they are doing. So the signals, if you see this wall of Viper, that's the setup. If you see this recon, that's the setup, and everything like this. So on A, if you don't hear anything, it's very likely it's a guy on backside on A playing alone. And that's what they used here. And the third layer, is to say how to counter it. And to say, okay, now if you see this, I have a proposition, is that you do this to counter them. And your players can use this to do it. But you have to be sure of yourself.
Yeah, I think another example, but now coming from the FUT side, because the clips that we were watching were from Team Liquid, is that pistol round. I repeated that they were doing the same for 4 times in a row, 4 matches in a row.
Yeah.
This time, they used the same Viper wall, the same KO knife, and what did they do? They ran onto C, because they were like, okay, they know this pattern, they're going to identify it, let them see it, and let's just do something else.
It was relying on the conditioning that they've shown so many times now, and actually Liquid have obviously prepped for that. They were in anticipation of that. But I do want to come back to this point, because I think actually it applies to both sides. We saw Atta the other day, I remember mentioning this on the cast, of the lack of value he was getting anchoring from that tree position. The difference being, though, this time around, I think there was a completely different approach to opening engagements, because obviously the one thing is, if you find the entry, you find the advantage. That anchor position becomes even more important late round, especially with the way that FUT move around on Lotus. And what was weird was to see Liquid not really address that in any way. It seems as if there wasn't a second layer to relying on these anchors at all.
Let's take a look at that as well, because Hypog, we had, I think, Yumpy and Nat anchoring a site here, and it just falls apart pretty quickly.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm watching this here. Again, time is obviously a factor here, but at a point at which, like, all the utility gets burnt up, there's still 30 seconds left on the clock, and there's 2 members of Liquid that almost commit towards the site hold here. And the way that FUT approach Lotus, especially in the late round, is they're going to be deathballed. There's going to be 4, potentially 5 people barreling down with Kiwi to create the space for them, and I'm not entirely sure why both Yampy and Nats, post-utility being burnt up, they commit to this site hold.
Yeah, and not only that, I think this is an execute that we have seen time after time coming from FUT, so it should come as no surprise. They're going to wait. They know this map to a T.
To me, it's the time factor. Like, they had 20 seconds to finish the round, maybe even like 18.
Yeah.
So it's true, they don't have any utilities to stop the rush, but they know it's coming, and it's likely they will do mistakes because they want to go really fast, get a side, plant spike and everything. So they think now they will come just in our crosshairs and we kill them all. And that's not happening here.
Yeah, I think on the flip side, though, of that, it's a great point, but that's where FUT have excelled. Fundamentally, you know, moving as a pack has looked so good for them. I think that's where their success has come in the last week.
I'm glad you said that, Hypog, because I know they're 2-0 down, but I want to sell some hopium. Team Liquid, yes, they have more experience in a best of 5, but they have never 3-0'd anyone ever before. So this is where I think FUT are going to bring it back. They will at least win on split. They can do it, like Hypog said, if they can play fundamentally well and play like the FUT that we've seen in the last couple of days, then they've got this. The reverse sweep, it is coming. I fully believe. And my God, Cougar and PM, please back me up here on Split. Please.
Okay, we were talking about how well prepped the teams were here in Lotus. Let's see what we can expect, right, coming from FUT here on Split. So I wanted to take a look again at those first cycles. We're going to take a look at what Cracks and Mr. Fallen would be doing in case that they repeat this composition, right? This is the first 30 seconds. All the blue that you're seeing, this is Mr. Fallen positions. You see that he takes a little bit of that space onto mid, but the most interesting thing is that where is those, playing with double information, where is that information going to come from? Where are they focusing on? Well, the Sky Flash is going to be mostly focused onto mid, while the KO Knife will be focused on many points, but also onto vents, so very heavy gathering that first mid control. For the rest of it, though, we see, let me pause this here. We see that not only that, in the many rounds, they're going to be very aggressive, and the Mosh is going to have a very easy pattern to read onto. Cracks on the other side is going to be very postrated onto this left side. Oops, that was all of that. And Kiwi is going to be everywhere on the map as well as taking very aggressive positions.
Yeah.
So what can they do, tell me, PM, especially on mid? If you are Team Liquid, how do you go against this, knowing that, you know, you have probably Solkas playing around here? How do you counter this?
Well, it looks like one-on-one splits right now because you have the Cypher on it taking space, AZ alone most of the time, yes, and that's kind of a weakness. I like to have double locker on A, maybe even have an initiator or a duelist, maybe 3 guys pushing on A and taking space here. So if they don't do that and they just do, okay, have Mosh take space and do 1-3-1, then let's try to assassinate the Cypher on A or push him back. Let's not have someone mid-run, early run, taking space, information, and pressuring A for free. That's something that will unbalance the defense, and then we'll have trouble to say, okay, we need 3 guys on A, but we also have pressure mid, so we can do it. They need to lock down the A main.
Yeah, okay, so basically if you get the pressure over here, just apply pressure here so you don't lose all control
it's a trade.
of the map. Yeah. I like it. So that is something that Team Liquid can do and can read onto it. I don't know, Sue, of course we know it's going to be complicated because they've been very comfortable on Split, but it's still doable.
Yes, it's doable. Thanks, Cougar, for giving me the crumbs of some hope.
There wasn't much there.
Yeah. I mean, I'll take whatever I can get. But of course, Hypok, for Liquid, they run the Sage, and for FUT, they like the double initiator. You got a preference here?
They do, and it's, I definitely prefer the double initiator. I think Sage, I was talking about this the other day on the cast as well, it limits so many options for you. And unfortunately, unless you're going to repeatedly find success in the early round in terms of first bloods or, I guess, reinforcing map control, I don't particularly like the Sage, unless you're going to then obviously pivot towards saving all that utility towards the late round, towards the retakes. It's kind of questionable for me. Liquid seem to scrape by making it work in my eyes.
Well, we're into agents alike here, of course. Liquid, they stick with that Sage here, and I suspect FUT will also stick with their double initiator as well.
Well, I was just going to say, I was hoping to see a little bit of a switch up from FUT, but let's get it's exactly the same composition as before.
Yeah, exactly. Of course, that mid-round, that mid part of the map, I think is where we're going to find, just as always, right? The big fights here onto a Split. But now that FUT is starting on the defense, if Team Liquid want to get their first 3-0, they have to be very decisive. They have to translate the comeback that they performed on the previous map onto the first half of this one.
I mean, PM, how do you play into this FUT on the attack for Liquid?
You can ask Boncourt. He likes the Sage on Split, so you can ask him.
Wait, do you like the Sage on Split?
Not so. Yeah, I do, but mostly on the defense side. So since they are starting attack, right, you have to be very precise with the stuff for your only initiator and make sure that you do something out of it.
Well, let's see what is going to happen here. FUT, they have to win, Mitch and Tom, if they want a shot at Fnatic tomorrow. Let's see if they can.
Well, Tom, I have to ask you, coming into this 2-0 down, a dominant first map, dominant memory, I suppose, of the last quarter that we had over on the previous map of Lotus. Do you think that FUT can make that recovery now?
That's the thing.
3 maps in a row?
A reverse sweep, it doesn't happen very often.
No, it doesn't.
It's very rare. But it did happen once when a certain team with an F, a U, and a T played in
I do, that might be.
the VRL finals versus Vitality. They went 2-0 down, they lost the map in overtime, and then they won the next 3 maps to take that grand final home and win themselves a trophy, which they have displayed in their cabinet. If anybody was going to do it, this seems like the team that might be able to, that has that mental strength to do so, but it is a big ask, and losing in the fashion they did, that is a little bit tougher.
Well, Tommy said it coming out of map 1, the toughest losses are the close ones, and at least on Ascent, they didn't have to worry about that. It was a quick one, move on, and get to the next. They went 10-2 up. It looked like all was well. They've had a pretty close loss on the back of that, where a massive lead was found, possibly the hardest thing to come back from mentally. And now Team Liquid get to mount this. Well, they only need one more map in this BO5, and they are mounting this attack on split.
That's the other thing as well. Like, right, we're talking about the fact that a Turkish team has never beaten Liquid. Nobody this season has managed to beat Liquid when they're playing this comp. I premised that because they did lose to Koi when they played with the Chamber and Neon, but I don't think we're going to read too much into that one. They have been unstoppable on split. And now we get to see if FUT have got what it takes. A map they will have expected coming into the series. And a captain, he's going to try and kick it off with a solid start.
3 kills as well across the board. Everyone's showing up here for FUT on the A site defense. And only Redgar is left. Even he's been tagged up quite heavily. 38 HP remaining. Make that 0. FUT with 1 round under their belt. We don't know how much that's going to mean. They need to be clean here. And even the follow-up, honestly, for Liquid, after that previous map, this is the kind of team I could see investing a little bit to try and make it work.
But this is the interesting thing, and in the past at least, when you would pick a map like Split, the main problem with picking it is that you have to start on the attacking side. Just going through the recent results we've seen from Liquid, 9 rounds attack, 7 rounds attack, 9 rounds attack, 10 rounds attack. Okay, sorry, PM, they 12-0'd KC on the defense, so we didn't get to see much of the attack. And then versus FUT, 7 rounds on attack. So that's why actually picking this map has some real benefit to them, is because they are so good in the attacking side. So bear that in mind when watching this first half, because Liquid are no slouches.
There have been some investments here from Team Liquid, but none of them into shields. That means that Marshall is deadly. Kiwi could be farming up a lot of orbs. Oh, nice shot. Mr. Fallen ain't got any shields either now. Down to 45, no heal possible for him. The one guy that can't regain his health. They want to crunch B, and it's the wrong call. We can see that with the X-ray, with the mini-map. But in the end, they decide to fall back. We can see it. They can sense it. The spike picked up, and the team's starting to refocus on A.
Here.
Yeah, this is the thing. You've got the cam ready. Marge is going to get that information fairly quickly, and especially with Nats being caught, they're actually going to start that rotation back. Steps, I believe, may have been heard, though, although I say that, and a captain taking a little bit of time to put that utility into position. The spam through is going to garner him that initial kill, and bear in mind that Kiwi's still playing back on the site. Does have a Marshall, maybe not the best weapon for these close range positions, and Safe's managed to find one with the Sheriff. This is starting to get a little bit shaky now, but there is Kiwi, and even though there's a couple of kills coming through, bear in mind, this is not like the sort of bonus rounds we've been seeing with loads of rifles. That had some weaknesses, had some SMGs. It's not the biggest loss in the world for FUT.
Yeah, and it makes sense with this map, as well.
He's brought straight in with an operator.
Kiwi? Oh my, okay. So what I was literally about to say was on this map, it makes sense they didn't buy up a load of rifles because there's a lot more close range angles.
Yeah.
You use weaker weapons and that's fine. You can make use of them. Kiwis then just shattered that hypothesis and gone for an operator. It is,
I will say,
the 3rd round.
He is one of the best defensive side operators on this map. So it's like, he has proven time and time again that his op can make a huge difference. So I don't really mind it, but I do think in this sort of round, it is a massive risk. And I think it basically comes down to, can he be in the right place at the right time, or can he save?
His coup de grace for this team. We'll see if there's some serious reward to be found for it. For now, though, Operator sat down on A, not finding anybody. Team Liquid focused up towards Vent Room, where they'll take the control. Not yet set on where they're going. The player sat outside of B in the form of Redgar. So they really could decide to swap this up in any which direction they feel. For now, feeling out Heaven, seeing what's here. Trap destroyed, a camera far back on the site, watching them as they emerge.
Camera taken out.
delivering on these kills is going to be tough, especially because they're not going here. They are, by the looks of things, going to go back to A.
They have the read of that. Just look at the rotation from Cracks as well. It's fake. He's falling back in this direction. They've still got the players up close. The main thing is going to be that rotation back in the other direction. The problem is the time. Getting down to the 30-second mark when you're up against weaker weapons, it can be problematic. Now, they think there's players up close in main, so they've opted to spend the time clearing it. For now, they found no one.
And a close-range fight now offered up for Maj, only one found. And the other players having to back out. The spike might have been dropped, but it should be recovered. 10 seconds. Please recover it quickly.
10 seconds left.
8 seconds now as it's crossing over. 6 as it's being planted. More than enough time, nobody to deny. It looked scary, but in the end, Team Liquid have landed on their feet. 4 versus 4. That op, though, coming back into this retake won't be expected. And there's players causing problems. Here come the peaks. Flash in for safe. He's full blind. Dancing around the smoke, not good enough. The numbers coming back in Team Liquid's favor thanks to Redgar, but look up top. There's a man with an op missing the shot, running away. He needs to save this weapon now in a 1v2. No opportunity should be given. The trade would come through almost immediately. He knows it. He's out of here. Team Liquid have won the round.
They have scraped through the round, saved by Redgar, and I feel like that was a missed shot from Kiwi that basically allowed him to survive, have that sort of spray down. There were so many things in this round that could have gone wrong for Liquid, but they make it work, and that's the most important thing. The thing is, though, saving an operator, that was a round with mostly bonus weapons and that op. You keep that through, and now you come in with a 4-buy. So for Liquid, things are only going to get more difficult from here.
Yeah, that was the real fear in that last engagement, that this man was going to go down. Oh, wow.
It's unlucky.
Right past the cap, very close. But in the end, it gave the opportunity for this to happen. For him to be boxed in, almost taken down. Luckily, that op is carried through. They're able to buy around it. And the Logitech G power-up round this time rings true. Everybody spending, well, all their credits, essentially. A few left over on Team Liquid thanks to a round win, but that's it.
Instantaneous push-up as well. Maybe just trying to set up these players. They know as well, thanks to the knife over the top, that this position is going to be held. Now, Redgar's paranoia is going to force them off, and in the meantime, they've walked up mid. They've taken so much space. Liquid not respecting their opponents in the trade, immediate. It's not the greatest of starts, but now with the Seekers being popped, it's not actually going to tell them that much as they go back in the other direction.
But it's at least going to say that that fight in heaven was in vain. There are players now down on middle. Seekers didn't activate, so they're definitely not up close and sitting in those corners. That's going to spur Kiwi on to clear this angle. His dash online just to get out of here. But now there's the information. These players start to be contained a little bit. Redgar making his way up through middle. He knows that there could be a fight. He knows there should, at this stage, be a fight waiting for him. He's heard the flash in B main. At this point, the information is starting to wane on their side and instead flip into FUT's favor. They're now wary that the A push could be coming through. The flank, watch still. And Kiwi's able to find it. Good containment from this squad, and now it's left to the site players on A to punish. If they can find some kills on the way through, this round should be won. And already the first goes their way, now to be dealt with by Yumpy. That swing not good for more than one. And the time now a major issue with just Solkas. It almost looks impossible for him. 12 seconds, Ring a Rosie about to be played.
Yeah, Maj just basically trying to stay alive at this point, keep his gun in hand while he knows that he has to eventually try and go for that spike, and with the spike on the deck, it's not going to be happening. Beautiful hold from the players on site as well. And this is the thing I really love about watching FUT play, is that they have this sort of synergy off of each other, these crossfires that they sort of build up between themselves. It really is just super impressive because it's almost the synergy they have to swap over to basically give that other player the angle again. It's just wonderful stuff. Like, it's just so good how they managed to pull that off.
Yeah, the benefits plentiful here on the defensive side for their play thus far. You really love to see that level of calm, cool, collected from this squad. They had B main control, they had mid. This time around, they've lost ramp. The cage on the cross, the players moving over. Paranoia held for heaven. They're not seeing anybody with the camera. Instead, they're waiting.
What? He's just playing inside the smoke with an operator. Okay, he's fallen back, thank God. Nats, though, is almost just going to try and work off this chaos. It's something he does better than probably anyone else.
Here.
Just try and find an angle. A couple of Guardians in this round for the side of Liquid, financially in the bin, but the two players they've got on them, Nats and Solkas, we know what they can do. For now, at least, though. Giving up quite a lot of control. You see the deep flash that had to go through from Mr. Fallen just to check that no one had cleared space on the other side of the map. But again, Liquid just wait. They wait for someone to go looking.
I mean, there's still a cage on the side of FUT ready for the push out of ramp. They don't need to be terribly worried about that. The operator now, that's a big problem. And I don't know what the solution is on this side. Paranoia to go through. There's still a player there in the form of Maj watching and waiting for that to happen so he can swing in through the window. That swing should be coming through soon. Lots of steps heard as they begin crossing over and down into the vents. Okay, Solkas, good adjustment, good shot. Nothing for Kiwi.
That was so clean. Flash through, oh, Redgar.
They faked them. They faked them so hard.
And that's the thing, the full team's rotated. This now gives them an afterplant. Blazestorm for safe, Seekers to try and give them that extra little bit of information. A 4v4 scenario that really never should have been. Mr. Farland's going to be isolated. Pushes through and hands safe for freebie. This now starts to look firmly in favor of Liquid. Up close, though. Yumpy is going to be tagged, but he's just waiting for someone to make a mistake.
It's the operator of Kiwi, man. I mean, they're waiting for that peak, but it ain't coming through, and eventually they're going to have to funnel into the site. It was off the contact of Yumpy that the swing was to come in. Safe goes down, but look, the pistol having to be taken out. The close range fight, too much of a threat, and it's already too late. Ada Captain might find the final kills. In fact, it looks like he will. No, Nats is too quick on the Guardian. Either way, the round was lost for the side of FUT. Team Liquid building up their attack side.
Yeah, and they completely bamboozled them, as you said. Just the ability to sort of fake off with that one player being spotted so deep. You expected that rotation to come through.
And also you have two players sprinting down vents, making noises that guy then later gets spotted deep. And when they swing through to check heaven, there's only one guy, and they kill him instantly. And it kind of looked like he was on his way through. Like he's in the doorway, he was going to meet his teammates and then run to the other side. Maybe he was lurking. It all made sense from what they saw that it was going to be a B hit. But that's just the beauty of this Team Liquid attack side so far.
Well, we saw a Bladestorm in the last from the orb. Now we have a Bladestorm on the other side. The thing is, though, it's so far away from the action. Yumpy almost dead within a second. Of course, double healer, so although he's playing the sky, he will be able to get something. Redgar, such an obscure position to be holding. Not expected. And while the wall is going to give them that extra little bit of space, not anything these pistol players can really do at this point. Maybe going on the hunt, the wraparound. There's a chance that Moj is going to hear those steps. Definitely heard them now. Maybe he can catch a timing here.
Yeah, still with the Sheriff, but Redgar's low. 50 HP, a headshot will do it. The rest of his team, though, losing numbers by the second. The rifle recovered. They still have a chance. Krax is sticking around, has a flash up in heaven, but it's Maj needs to get this control. Unfortunately, Krax couldn't win the fight on the other side. And even with the information here, this will be a terribly difficult defuse. He has a cage. These players are going to make their way towards him almost immediately. I mean, look, they're just spraying him down.
Yeah, if there was any chance of survival, they needed to get that to half and somehow find both kills. Wasn't really going to be happening. Now again, we have to bear in mind that last time out, FUT played this versus Vitality. They as well had a massively impressive attack side half, but to say that they'll be able to do that again, who knows? It becomes a very different story, and some of the compositional choices of Liquid seem to almost shine on that defensive side. Your Cypher, alongside your Sage as well, going to give you a lot of extra control. A 3-3 scoreline, as we now do get the purchase back in for FUT. They've had a lot of opportunities over these last few rounds to sort of steal one away, but I feel like they now have to sort of temper that pace, slow down Liquid, because we've already seen what happens when they get rolling in the last map.
Well, that we have. They can start slow, but they won't finish that way. Now heated up. Where's that player on FUT to return? Kiwi in the corner. You can see for a second, safe. He was thinking about it. The Farrell spotted, and that's free for Kiwi. He's out of there as well. The dash into a predictable position. He goes down to 45, nearly the trade, but the heal will bring him right back to 100.
As they fade away, it's almost just the cover though. Rez back through. Maybe that was what he was trying to deny. However, the lurk has been caught out. Nat's not going to be able to hold on to that space. And now the decision comes to a Liquid. Okay, do we slow this down or do we try and make that hit into B? We don't have any A control anymore. And because of that, they are going to head towards that B site. Interestingly, Kiwi's rotated off.
Yeah, heard the TP, maybe not sure where it was going. Nobody was in range to hear it. The drop down out of heaven, plenty of players here. Here comes Safe around the corner through the smoke for a double. The players up top distracting, and Safe dives in with a flatliner of a play. Team Liquid have the site control, a plant, and room to play with.
And they need to find a quick entry back in here. Redgar already spotting that there's nobody in on that flank. Seeing if there's anybody up close. They know now that it is a deeper sight hold from the side of Liquid. As they look to wrap back in, they manage to isolate the angles, but Safe is still going. 3 already, he falls within the smoke, and now the problem is the Redgar's a little bit further away. The plant, not good for him, he needs the instant kill. It's just gonna TP onto the site, but they're just sticking it all the way. It's a close one for Redgar, a nice try, but it will be the round going the way of FUT, just about.
It's out of Captain, firing through that smoke. If one of those bullets doesn't land, 2 more seconds is bought, and from what we saw, that was gonna be more than enough. Well done by FUT, winning this one by a hair's width. And we had the heal trade out for the res as well. Decent investment that came out on the Liquid side.
You can have Soulcast there like, look guys, look all the assists I got that round from rezzing Safe and him getting 3 kills.
And they also used their Shrouded Step, Tom, so that's a huge ultimate off the table. From the shadows.
There you
Shrouded
go.
Step
There you
is
go.
the
I'll let
free
you get
one,
there. I'll
the
let you
cheap
get
one.
there.
The free and cheap.
Oh, push up from Safe again. They've been happy to take this mid control, but something that FUT have ultimately abandoned. The only real pressure we've seen there has been coming out from Kiwi, or just audacious peaks to try and challenge. This battle for B main has been one of the most interesting ones throughout this game so far. Redgar, I feel, has been winning it the majority of the time. And most of that just comes down to sheer patience.
A minute on the clock. Direction from Team Liquid, definitely looking to be up towards heaven from the FUT side. You're really left with no other conclusion. And that's the idea. Start to draw those rotates, keep those players anchored on site while you look to the other side of the map. Mr. Fallen just now getting into position up top. He'll be ready for them when they break through this smoke. Seekers, though, will give away his position. The sprays not quite catching him. Dealing some damage, destroying some Seekers. Look who's already around the corner. It's Redgar. He TP'd into the site. Safe, good for the trade. Up top is Solkus. And the spike now makes its way to site. The denial, very difficult. And out of Captain, well, he tried his best. Gave it a damn good shot. But a 4 versus 2, where they are completely locked out of sight and their credits already spent in this round. We could be considering a save, and look at their body language. They are.
Right decision. Just try and basically get out of there with something for this round, an instant swing back from Liquid. Again, they love these sort of takes through mid. They've been very successful for them, using that wall just to try and make things that little bit more awkward on the way through. And again, they're going to get themselves another round. That's the thing. I expect this map, for the most part, to be attack-sided for both of these teams. But even still, FUT are going to somewhat feel a little bit hard done by, because I feel like they've had plenty of opportunities, and just some of the individual brilliance coming through and some of the just burst plays onto the site have been catching them.
For Team Liquid, you know, this is just fine for them, showing their individual strengths already. They've had some good rounds here on the attack, pushing and pulling FUT. Their fakes have been decent. You know, I think the worst case scenario for their fakes has been they don't lose a player and they end up keeping those players on A in position that little bit longer, which is all they've needed to do. And some plays like that, the fact that you have Redgar using his Shrouded Step, the right one this time, to come out of B main to the box at the exact same time that he's completing that and swinging around the corner. Safe is looking for that fight. He was supposed to be supporting, maybe trading Safe, got ahead of him to get the kill. Yeah. And the timing has just been so clean in a lot of those fights that I think this is going to be a really tough game for FUT. Even swapping over to the attacking side, the challenges will be there for them, but they need to put up some numbers here. And this round isn't really where they look to do it. 2 rifles and 3 pistols.
Oh, they brought it close before. It would be hard to doubt them in any scenario, but again, it's just the same sort of mid-control battle that, well, it's not really there. It's just an easy walkthrough for Liquid, something that hasn't been fought for too often. Now, the play towards the vent will definitely be an interesting one. A lot of the time, you're going to go through that spot in an attempt to try and clear out any utility. It's all going to be on timing, though, and they've completely avoided it. 3 players caught out. It might slow them down a little bit, and that slowdown might be enough for the rifles on that flank to catch them. That's all they really need to do on this site right now, is try and delay as much as possible. And a captain starts sprinting in from behind, and that's the spike, but it drops down, it falls. That might be the saving grace for Liquid, honestly.
They've managed to get the spike down, but look who's left. It's only Safe. And a captain taking heads down to the 1v1. Safe knows exactly where he is, down to 4 HP. The Seeker destroyed, 8 bullets left. Head peek angle, and he'll lose the fight. Mr. Fallen gets there first with 20 health remaining. It's enough to give FUT the lead.
I want to see Ada Captain have the hero rifle every single round.
Yeah, please. Please,
it's the second. The thing is just the realization that they're not going in this direction. He gets the timing almost spot on, and then he's so good in moments where there's split aim of just correcting quick enough, be it a spray transfer or just knowing the need to tap. He's so good. He's one of the best in those sort of scenarios, and Ada Captain currently 12-7, a swing round to give FUT back the lead. And now the economy, it's not on the brink just yet for Liquid, but it's getting there.
Feels like a mistake there, though. The fact the wall doesn't go down supportively to back up your push into heaven. Doesn't have to be how you play it, but then there's got to be someone watching the back, especially in a round where there's pistols in play. You know they're going to go for those nasty spots. It's a small angle. It's a small thing, but at the end of the day, that's what has the impact.
One of the first times they don't clear vents. Like a lot of the time, you're seeing this team. Well, there you go.
But they either wall it off or
to basically clear it. So the only way that they could be close enough is if they're already in the vents. Otherwise, that flank would have been a little bit further behind. So it's something I'm sure Liquid are going to do now for pretty much the end of the game. But I understand it. When there's a lower buy, you don't really want to be dropping down into riskier positions.
Nice shot. The updraft from Safe, maybe not necessary there. He gets caught. They'll shift direction. The B site now under threat. Plenty of utility waiting for them here, though, as they make their way through. Tripwire is going to be destroyed. The player's down bottom. Ooh, not good for the first, but Kiwi is still here. Wasn't spotted, but he won't get much after that. The fact that they've dropped Cracks, sure, he's still alive on the sidebar, but that'll fade pretty quickly. Mr. Fallen. He's down here. Oh, man. You know, that Cosmic Divide was on its way. I think we should have pumped the brakes before going any further, but that's a mistake that you'll learn from. 5-5.
Yeah, that's the thing. I do think this round was full of mistakes for FUT. Moj had his cam on main for the majority. I don't know if he just missed the timing of them coming out, but he tries to run back across after they've already gone through, and it's just the easiest kill of their lives. And then, yeah, towards the end, it seemed a little disjointed, like Ada Captain ready to try and set up utility, and the rest already looking like they want to try and catch time. And then, there you go. Moj just in no man's land. And the same for Mr. Fallen. It is easy in the end for Liquid. If you're going to give them jewels like that, they're going to win those rounds.
They've shown that time and time again. Look at the stack up here from FUT. Everybody is on this A side, except for Moj. He's out of the game for now. The pistols, this is where they can do the damage when they're grouped up together. It's Cracks and Kiwi decimating Team Liquid, sending that spike running to the other side of the map, and it might even be caught. Mid is not free. Kiwi's a little slower actually making his way up. Instead, he's going to go pick up a weapon. It's the right call. They're going to reset, heal up, and look to take this in a 3v2. They've got the advantage, but they know they're going to have to play the retake.
Well, that's the thing. This is the difference to the last round. The mistakes they made were not playing together as a team, so this time they're not going to risk a 1v1 duel. They're not going to risk being caught out. His spot's always nasty for the instant headshot, and he was moving down. Most of the time it's that first bullet accuracy, but I don't even know which one that was. The flash through's good though. Cracks has caught another. Down to just 3 HP, a real chance for Yumpy. More health than both of them combined again. Another sublime flash. He has one of his own. As they're going to try and close that distance. Just holding on to position. Cracks would be dead immediately. A single bullet catching him will do all for Yumpy, but it's more on Kiwi. This man close up, is that defuse is being stuck. He's going to have to swing, and he gets both! The headshot through the wall and a single bullet onto Cracks. Yumpy holds on to the round, and Liquid, they'll win this half.
Yep, so I think we already know, Jacob. We'll get that one slow mode, about as slow as you can go. What in the world was that? I mean, that's just mechanical skill, man. He can't even use his flash at that point. He was forced into using it because of the knife. Didn't peek out, baited them in. They tapped it 3 times. Get out of here, man. What? Even he can't believe it. And of course not. He thought he had to hide back behind the box and play with the defuse. No, he just killed the diffuser.
It's probably even more insane for Yum because I doubt he knew it was 3 HP.
No,
so
no, of course
he
not.
probably just
He was not going for that kill. That was just like, maybe, and I'll hide. Okay, I got the kill. I'll take it.
Well, a chance to level this one up. A 6-6 half still on the cards, and as I said, both teams have shown their prowess on the attack, but well, I don't think that equalization is coming anytime soon. Safe has put himself somewhat in no man's land, but he'll bypass it, and to be honest, at this stage, he wasn't even needed. Moj now, the last man standing to try and clutch this one out, and he's not going to be given the time of day. Liquid, a 7-round attack, a normal story for them, I'll be honest. On the attack side of this map, they have been fantastic, and they are just, well, 6 rounds away from getting back to that final to challenge the kings, not just of EMEA, of the whole world at the moment, Fnatic. And I think they're gunning for blood.
Oh, they absolutely are. This is a team that doesn't intend to start losing to Turkish teams anytime soon. In this one, trying to win every single map. Redgar, I don't know what the definition of that was. Somewhere between a dab and I'm not even sure what the crossover was. But he's happy, and that's all that matters. The mood is certainly high on Team Liquid. After Lotus, it would have to be. And now coming into the second half with the lead, a pistol round to be fought for. And 2 more maps to play afterwards, even if things go wrong here. It's looking rough.
I love that. Please, can we get a split screen of both coaches right now? It was so perfect. It's just like really aggressive sort of like wording of like inspirational speech, and then it was just Emil on the other side just smiling with his notes, like not even really saying anything. He's just chilling.
I mean, those are the best moments as well. Maybe you got something to input and you just hear your IGL jump in with that note first. You're like, all right, yeah, that's pretty nice. Cool. I don't have to do anything. Good job, guys. Keep doing what you're doing.
You do you. Well, I feel like that's Mini like 90% of the time, and then the other like 10% he's telling them that they're playing bad.
10? 95-5. Something like that.
I don't know. The thing is, what we consider them playing bad and what Mini does is
that's true, actually.
Things.
Yeah,
I'll put it up a little bit. But no, this half, again, I feel like it could have gone either way. I feel like there were definitely moments that both teams are going to be like, oh yeah, I don't know how we let that one slip away, but Yumpy's clutch and opportunities let this half slip away, and that's the thing. They're now going to go on to that defensive side. One of the things I do really enjoy about this sort of Liquid roster is the way that they play this defense. They're very willing to sort of garner extra map control. Like Yumpy's going to be pressuring into B main an awful lot, playing that Sky, getting that information for the team. And the thing is, this is also where Safe can just run riot. Like, this is a map where he has been unbelievable throughout the entirety of the season. One of the reasons I think that, I want to say a flawless record. It's a flawless record with this comp. Yeah. I want to say that because of the stupid Neon comp that they ran where Nats dropped 30 kills and they still lost it. Even then, they only lost 13-11 to Koi. They have a flawless record, right? They're 5-0. That map didn't happen. We're ignoring it. Sorry, Koi.
That's fair enough. You know, sometimes there are outliers in statistics, and you got to
when the team is literally trolling, that's where the outliers come in. And then they still won that series while using a Reyna.
And that just makes Lothar happy.
Yeah.
He mains that, right? I'm pretty sure that's the duelist he mains in ranked.
Yeah.
Anyways, enough said. Oh, we're getting in here.
So Marcus plays Yoru.
All day, every day. Barriers up, and we're kicking off the second half here with Team Liquid on 7. They've had a solid attack, and now it's time to defend. Maybe things will get easier from here on out, but FUT will certainly be looking to mount the challenge for this squad. Camera up top. Actually a hard one to even spot when they're on their way. Paranoia on the back of contact, and then both players presumably looking to kill.
It's just a Nats cam. It's something where he pops at the beginning of the round, sits in his cam for the next minute and a half, and then when you walk past it, you go, well, why didn't I hear that pop? And it's because it was popped a minute ago. Yumpy has already just chipped away a lot of health on the other side, but they managed to force him out of position, exchanging the Tigers on either side.
Yeah, the wall just broke inside A main. That's what FUT have been waiting all round for. Spike was sitting outside of it, as it looks quite clear that they want to finish on the A side. threw Maj out to try and grab some contact on B, but it was not going their way. Now the A site's all that they're worried about. Solka spotted back there, being spammed on as well, but he's waiting, biding his time to strike. Just the one found, but Safe is there to trade out, claiming the space, peeking alongside Redgar and the spike. Look at it, out in the open. Nice shot for Safe. Cracks very low, and Safe will deal with him the same way. 8 rounds now for Team Liquid. And a tough choice ahead of FUT. Do they invest here? I think not.
Nah.
But they're 8-5 down.
Yeah, no.
I think it's the right time to play an eco.
Yeah, it's one of those scenarios where I don't believe they got the plant in, so you're not really even having their extra credits available to them to really do anything. So you're kind of just be taking a huge unnecessary risk. You're down, sure, but a 9-5 scoreline with a 4-buy, rather than just hoping you can pull something off with what will likely be mostly stingers, it's just not worth it.
Well, here's Liquid's follow-up. We see 2 rifles and decently passive play. Wall up on A to start with. Camera inside of B main to grab all that sweet, juicy info. They're ready for a mid-play. They're ready to crunch on them. And that's exactly what they'll do. 3 quick kills. Paranoia in. Spray good for Safe. Another triple. Now he's sitting 1 away, and there it is. Bladestorm online coming into the next round, Tom. That's a huge upgrade for Team Liquid. They'll be able to give a rifle to another player, run that Bladestorm if they want to, and have an easy purchase. FUT really up against the ropes now.
Yeah, this is troublesome, but the fact is, they expected this. They expected to be coming through with a disadvantage in that round, not really being able to get too much done, but yeah, definitely giving over that Bladestorm is not going to help things out. I'm also seeing Redgar coming through with a Judge, which strikes the fear of God into my heart. And Safe popping this immediately. 19 and 11. Bear in mind, I believe he had 12 kills in the first half. He's getting close to that already.
Point of contact as well. Oh, he predicts it. The crosshair placement rounding that corner. Unbelievable stuff from Safe. You see what we're talking about? The impact that Bladestorm could have in this man's hands nonetheless. 3 players up in B heaven. I thought Safe was rotating. He stuck around for a moment. The Tiger not seeing anything yet, but there's the info. 2 players seen. Safe's on his way.
He's had 8 kills already in this second half. That's more than I imagine some players have total. They're also walking back into the Redgar Judge. And Safe is in the right position again to try and catch them off. See you later, Mr. Fall and the Judge waiting for that push as well. Bear in mind, this is a bonus round for Liquid. And even still, Safe is not over-facing this one. Not willing to give them anything back through. The flash from Yumpy is sublime, and Liquid, they're taking the fast road straight towards that grand final.
It's got to be in the back of their minds now. 3 rounds away from locking in top 2 in the region. This is a team that some people, don't point out who it was, Eamon, some people didn't have making it all the way. Some people didn't have them making it to Tokyo. Say a lot of people.
Yeah.
And here they are, a potential 3-0 in that lower final. It's now within their grasp. Looking at that trophy and thinking, how the hell are we getting that home? But they'll have to get past Fnatic first. They've already got their courier booked. 5 pistols. Not a lot to work with. That's what happens when you lose that 3rd round, fully invested up. The punishment is massive. But this is a round that if you give them an inch, they will take a mile. Traps down for Nats. He stepped into the knife, but he has dealt the damage with the rifle.
Hawk out. Blinded. Here.
It's tough to find anything in this sort of round. Just something to breathe life back into the side of FUT. They had their chances on Lotus, plenty of them. 10-2 in the lead before Liquid pulled off a mammoth comeback. Now they need one of their own on their opponent's arguably best map. They've proven there's depth to this Liquid roster today, and Nats is just finding absolutely everything. Finally put in the grave, but Yumpy's there to clean up the mess. 11-5, just 2 rounds away from Liquid. Wow, it almost seems inevitable with Fnatic waiting in that grand final. It's happened before. They've beaten them in it seems like many moons ago, 3-2.
Oh, it was.
And the team they beat before that to get to that grand final happened to be another Turkish team.
Oh, wow.
Oxygen.
Team Liquid running back the years on this. 2 rounds away from closing it out. FUT at a massive deficit, 11-5. Liquid's map pick, attack side is split. There's a whole lot of things going against them here, and the control that Liquid have had, some of the ideas, and it's not even the start of round ideas. It's not their A plans, their B plans. It's what they come up with on the fly, the adjustments, that flash that we saw through over on A ramp to just decimate them. And that's when they have rifles. When these guys are coming in with Spectres, it makes the difference. And how much more of that have they got up their sleeves to deploy for these final 2 victories? It's this man here. They'll study his brain one day. Much will be learned.
Wow. If it wasn't bad enough, you're now seeing Safe bring in an operator on that defensive side as well. Something else to throw a spanner in the works, and he's been thriving. As I said, he got 12 kills in the first half. He's been lighting it up in this second half. Not going in as that first man, that entry, and being given the chance to shine. It looks like FUT are going to try and build up into an A take, and honestly, with the current positions of Liquid, it's not a bad call.
It's a great call, in fact, yeah. I mean, it's just wide open. I was sort of waiting for someone to start to rotate back, like maybe they're there for start around util, a couple seconds in, they'll delay it, and then they'll rotate, but this is full retake being played. Team Liquid have a paranoia that's burned up there, not converted on for any form of execute, any form of damage.
They're literally next to him.
And now here they come, they're dropping on him.
Oh my God! Nats just destroyed them! He was waiting in his camp, watching for someone to come in the other direction, out of it for a second, and just ruins their day. This is the beginning of the end. Just Mr. Farlin standing, trying to find what he can, and Safe, he wants to pad those stats a little bit more, but it's Yumpy with the shorty in the smoke. What a round from Liquid.
Match point.
What a game from Liquid so far. How from being 10-2 down, they sit here making plays like this. The guy didn't care there could be someone on top of him.
He literally sat in the cam. So bear in mind that
they burned a paranoia for it.
Yeah, Redgar put a paranoia through it, and he just sits in the cam watching the other side of vents. And the second he comes out, he goes, "Oh, they're coming this way. Cool.
Yeah, they'll probably dropping me now.
Just
the paranoia's faded, so they won't push a close range angle with the paranoia. Why would they do that?
That's just madness.
You know, if anything, I'd expect them to drop down just to get out of the way if the player's swinging heaven to trade the paranoia that you assume are coming. 12-5, Liquid with just some of the best Valorant that we've seen on this stage. FUT have been a scary opponent for anyone that they faced, but Liquid dealing with them with ease. Map 2 was a bit of a struggle, but since then they've been unstoppable. Soulcast, he's got the double, and the advantage is most certainly theirs. Another shot from Safe, leaves it on one man, and he's knifed. What a way to close it. That is unbelievably disrespectful from Redgar, running into a knife, running into a smoke with a knife out. That's how they get it done. Upper bracket final.
Oh my God.
Might not have went their way, but jeez.
I've seen teams try and end a game with a knife. I don't think I've ever seen teams try to end a best of 5. I don't think they just do it on a whim. Like, that definitely did look like something planned, and well, I'm sure respect is going to be shown across the stage. A stage of friendships, that's for sure, but I'm not sure if Redgar might have just ended one of them. I can't believe he's just done that.
That's caught me so off guard. I thought he was going to get the kills. I saw the guy up close. I'm like, oh, he's got 3, maybe he's got a chance. And he gets shanked. Unbelievable.
I feel like that's an apology.
Sorry, bro. Sorry. Not bad.
But what a game from Liquid. Like, to come out, pick Ascent, which we thought was a risk at the time, absolutely dominate, go into the home turf of FUT, a team that have been truly unbelievable on Lotus, go 10-2 down, and then bring it all the way back, 17-15 in overtime, and then go all the way onto their map choice, the map we expected them to perform on, and that's exactly what they did. This is a team that have gone from being one of the first squads out of lock-in to now a minimum of top 2 in EMEA. The fact is, they took a bit of a road, a bit of a struggle to get to the place that they are currently in, but now they look unbelievable.
They do. They look very dangerous. I mean, being able to deal with FUT, I don't know, maybe Liquid just have some sort of a kryptonite up there in their back pocket ready for Turkish teams. I don't know what it is. I don't know how they're doing it, but
they're doing it versus most teams now.
That's the thing. They've heated up in this season as well, but it was from week 1 that they were giving these guys headaches. It started on Ascent. And I mean, look, the story was what we thought it would be, I guess, going in there. Liquid, but not really, because FUT had warmed up. You know, we had some faith that it wouldn't be a repeat of last time, and unfortunately, it was.
Well, yeah, I feel like most of our Prime Gaming post-match highlights are going to be on this map. It's where the majority of the rounds are played, because the other ones were quite a bit quicker. A chance for this series to really go the distance, but for Liquid, this maybe gives them a shot at taking down Fnatic. Maybe gives them a chance. It's still a completely different beast, but the fact they've managed to 3-0 this lower bracket final, get them that top 2, which, as we've said, has huge value when it comes to going over to Japan and skipping part of the stage, maybe even getting them a spot of champions depending on how those groups go, which is obviously the end goal for every single one of the teams coming into this season. So a huge effort for the side of Liquid, and the fact that they are going from strength to strength, starting a little bit slow, having some tougher games, having some losses. I don't think we would have expected, even having a player out for a week due to illness, losing them a game, and now making it to that grand final, a chance to take a trophy, which is something I can guarantee every single player on that stage wants to do.
And we were covering it last time, talking about Liquid. You know, this is a team that has suffered some painful losses to Fnatic. They've been kicked out of events by this squad in more recent memory, and now they have a chance to fight back, to give them a taste of their own medicine. And sure, it might not be the same thing. It's not an elimination game. They're all going to Tokyo, but taking that top slot here in EMEA would be a statement for this squad. A statement that, frankly, is already made with this result, but now a chance to double down.
But that's the thing. They've got to go up against basically a team that right now everybody thinks is invincible. Everybody thinks is going into Japan as one of the 2 favorites. It's going to be utterly ridiculous.
Come on in. Come on in here.
Come here.
Well
I want a Red Gar hug.
I need to know, bro. I need to know. You went into that last play. Did you mean to knife that guy, or did you just happen to have it out?
Not said, let me knife him. I said, I got you, bro.
That is amazing, man. That is absolutely fantastic. God. What a way to close the series it was. And, well, for us now, I guess we can close this one out. We have a little bit more coming, because later on, after the break, we're going to have a post planned with Yumpy. I just spoke to Redgar. I'm sure Yumpy's got lots to say. We'll see you in a little bit for that. Don't go anywhere. What a
Oh my fucking god! Ooh. Let me go!
Red Bull gives you wings.
I see a target, I won't miss. I try to find weaknesses wherever they are and just game by game try to pick up on anything I can. So this training course is a way for me to really showcase and demonstrate all the questions you guys have been asking, how to get better aim, and it really enables me to answer a lot more and kind of expand on the first video I made like so long ago about VALORANT fundamentals.
Welcome back, everybody, to post. The camera looks so funny. I can never get used to this. But as you guys can see, I've kept PM with me here, and we're joined by Yumpi. Yumpi, congratulations on that victory. Your first 3-0. You played a lot of best of fives, but finally you managed to 3-0 someone.
Yeah, thank you so much. It was a tight game, especially the second map. Made probably one of the best comebacks we have at least made with this team. So I'm super happy, and I think we overall have pretty good record in best of five. So I'm super happy about the.
You've only lost one best of five, actually.
Yeah.
Want to guess who that was too?
Yeah, it was Fnatic. So, but we won them once at least, or even twice, I think, also back. So.
Yeah, PM. Actually, I'm glad you mentioned Lotus because I know PM wanted to ask you a little bit about your role on Lotus as well.
Yeah, your killjoy especially, because when it's obvious that on Lotus you need a sentinel, and it's better to have one. But I don't feel like it suits you to play Sentinel. You're a crazy guy, you like to move around, and you're playing Sentinel, you're not supposed, even, it's not Cypher, like his Killjoy, you're not supposed to move that much. And how do you like it?
It's fine, you know. We made the last-minute decision few days ago that we just basically switched 1-to-1 my breach to my killjoy, and I just had like a few setups what I look and basically try to play off those. But yeah, I agree. It's pretty boring when I'm just sitting on the C link half of the time on defense, having turret there on C and alarm bot on B. So yeah, it's pretty boring. But you know, we won, so I'm super happy.
You have one of the greatest Sentinel players in the world on your team. I know he doesn't play Killjoy, but any time, you know, maybe Nats gets to take Killjoy duty over you?
Yeah, please. I want to play Viper. Give the Viper to me.
Does that make sense for you, PM, if they put Yumpy on the Viper?
It's more fun. So, every time you change an agent, it's fun for him. I think that's refreshing for you.
Exactly.
That's what you like with Killjoy right now. If you do like 2 months of Killjoy, you will get crazy actually.
Yeah.
Yeah. So give him a new agent every week, and look at the smile. He's happy. He's happy about it.
His coach is Emil, not Doombros. I don't think they're allowed to do that. As a Killjoy main, you know, I think it's fun. I just stare at a wall for like a minute and a half every single round.
It's good when you're streaming and you want to talk to your chat, but in competitive play, not so much.
Yeah. How much of that Killjoy change was because when you played against, I think it was Vitality, the flank watching was non-existent?
Yeah, I remember actually, I think it was in the same series even. We said that we're gonna change Fracture comp instantly, and yeah, we just made the last minute decision, and it actually be working. I don't know. Oh yeah, we lost the Fnatic with the comp, but it was still close. But yeah, it's not too much big of a change still. It doesn't just change the game style too much, and yeah, we feel comfortable on Lotus anyway.
Let's talk about Split, and let's talk about this 1v2 that you were in. Talk us through what you were thinking. We're gonna see it here. What was going through your mind here?
I have no idea. I wanted to do my fake flash, what I usually do, but then they KO knifed me, so I had to use the flash, and then actually, because I knew that the closer player has Vandal and the other guy has Phantom, so I don't know why the side guy was keep shooting me with Phantom, so I knew that they are not on defusing, because he kept shooting with the Phantom, and then I just tried to bait the shots and try the wide swing, and actually I got pretty lucky. I even got surprised that I somehow won it. Thankfully he was 1 HP, the other guy, but yeah, I just tried to bait out the shots and then wide swing when they don't expect it. So
I really like the composure of it. Like you know you have time, you know you're cornered, and you go for like little shoulder picks, and then you wide pick and you get the headshots and the spray transfer. It's really nice, really nice. The composure that you have, I can see it on your face during the games, and I feel like you have a general carelessness. You are just chilling and vibing.
He's finished.
And yeah, it's true. That's part of the answer. But is there something else? What's your mindset when you play the game?
I don't know. I just try to focus on the game. And also, I feel like I'm pretty hype player, but I do the hyping after the round. I feel like when the round is going, I try to have a full focus on what's going on in the round, and then you have the whatever 30 seconds around, and then you can yell and do whatever you want. So it's like kind of, you know, getting inspired from somewhere, and
you're looking for the fun in the game.
Yeah,
just
exactly.
For fun, right?
Yeah.
Is there anyone that does inspire you? I guess some CS players, I assume, from back in the
Roger
days.
Federer is one of them.
Of course. Oh,
you know, he's a calm player, but he gets excited sometimes, so it's also mentality.
Do you think he barks?
He should?
Yeah, he should. I don't know. Probably no, but that's also one of the things that gets me hyped and our teammates hyped when we are doing the barking thing. So
yeah, let's take a look at it. Actually, we have plenty of footage of you and your teammates. I think having fun. Let's just call it this. Who started this? Where did this come from?
This comes from 5 years ago, I think, 6 years ago. This actually comes from me and my really good friend from Finland. We used to have this thing that we just bark to each other in the games and get our teammates hyped. And I think the whole time in Liquid I have been doing this, so it's just something that I feel like, it's like, I once explained it as that dogs are like a pack animals, you know, and when you're barking, you're becoming a one pack.
True.
So and that's just this, keeps us going, and yeah.
And then you yell like a wolf sometimes.
Yeah, exactly.
You should try that.
Yeah. I was also thinking if the Valorant wants to make a zombie game, you know, I can go.
Yeah.
Voice actor as a zombie.
PM, your players do stuff like this?
No, not that much, but we have some jokes too. Yeah, it's right. Did you have ever one player that did the cat with you? You're doing the dog, and anyone?
The meow?
Nah, we tried to do it. Emil did it once, I think, but we tried to do it.
Maybe if you play against each other, you guys can do the.
Yeah, I'll do the cut for you.
Yeah. I mean, you are Team Liquid. I know, skipping groups now here by winning this. For Tokyo means that you have a higher chance of qualifying for champions. But I feel like you have to play LCQ. LCQ is kind of like your tournament. You win it every time. You always play it for no reason.
Yeah.
You think you're going to break the curse this time around?
Yeah, hopefully we don't have to go through the LCQ. But if we go there, everyone knows that it actually means Liquid Championship qualifier. So it will be, I would worry for the other teams if we are in the LCQ. So, but yeah, hopefully we don't have to go that way.
And we kind of need you not to go to LCQ because we want the Liquid habit to go to.
Yeah, exactly. That's true.
We have two Liquid players. So.
Yeah, that's true. So
oh, yes, and now
I will take the Liquid Legacy.
Yeah. That will
you
be
guys
awesome.
go directly to
that would be awesome, actually. Yeah.
That's a nice pact you guys can make, you know?
Yeah.
I like that narrative.
Cats and dogs.
Yeah, I like that. I like that. But I mean, just being able to skip groups at Tokyo, because I've heard people say, oh, it's a massive deal, and then some other people go, oh, you know, even if we don't get to skip groups, not the end of the world. Where do you sit on this?
It's kind of 50-50 in my opinion, because it's a new stage. Everything, as we saw in lock-in for us, it's one game and it can happen. So I actually like it that we skip groups, especially now when the whole season was LAN.
Yes.
So we have much more experience, because it would be different if we played the whole year online and then we go straight to quarterfinals of a LAN tournament. So that would be a different. But yeah, it's also good that we have now more preparation time. We get like extra week or something because we skip groups. So yeah, I'm super happy that we made it.
Is there anything that you feel like, any advice you want to give Yampi as he goes there? Something that, I don't know, you want him to stop doing?
Yeah,
in Tokyo, I want to hear the word.
Yeah, even louder.
Yeah,
I try to get the crowd involved.
I want you to call for your pack, you know.
Yeah,
like
exactly. We should get the crowd involved.
I will. Do you know what? If I want, because I'm definitely going to try and make my way to Tokyo now. You guys are going as well. If I'm in the crowd for that, I will start a wharf call for you, Yampi, if I see you do it. But today's game, even after you guys won, you went over to FUT, they came over to you. It was very wholesome. You were all hugging, laughing, and also on Twitter, I see you and Atta Captain have a bit of a bromance going on. So talk me through how did this come about? When did you first meet him? What's the friendship of?
It actually started all on the home ground tournament in December. I don't know how it just started. He came to me, we talked a little bit. He's such a nice guy, you know. He has that same kind of energy, you know, like that funny guy energy. And yeah, he's coming to my stream and I go to his stream and we are just like chatting to each other. And he's such a friendly guy, you know. You can see that he's super nice guy. Probably, I think he's one of the most underrated players right now. He's playing super many roles and I think one of the key roles, if not the key player, like in the whole FUT roster right now. So he's such a nice guy and I like making jokes with him. We are fun.
Do you talk in English or Turkish? Because I know you speak a bit of Turkish as well.
We'll do a little bit both, you know. I can start, my Turkish is not perfect, so I can target a little bit, but yeah.
That's really, really cute. I like the bromance. Any other bromance you got going on? You know, we got to look out for who you, maybe internationally, who you're looking forward to seeing when you go to Tokyo?
I don't know. Maybe some new ones. I don't know. I don't know.
We'll see. I'm sure we'll see something because I feel like those tournaments. I don't know if you agree. It feels like almost like summer camp.
Yeah,
like all the players together. You all like meet each other.
Yeah, everyone is just a super friendly. Everyone gets along with it. It's like a one big group, like the VALORANT community. We saw it in Brazil or wherever we go. It's always like everyone is friendly people there, basically. So it's nice.
Where do you think the EMEA teams compare now? Because everyone's been locked, like NRG locked last night, you know, Loud over Pacific, they locked first with all of their teams as well. You think we got the best region still?
I mean, absolutely. It's going to be top 4, all EMEA teams, so I don't think there's any chance of any other region.
PM, you think that as well?
I hope for that. If we get that, we get the second slot in LCQ, if I'm right.
Yeah. Wait, we win, right? If we win, we get slots.
Yeah,
is that
exactly.
what it is?
And it's true that we have very good teams and experienced teams, especially with Liquid, Fnatic, going to the Masters. I'm really glad to see the Turkish guys going too.
Yeah,
because we needed to see the Turkish scene internationally. Let them see that they can do it also abroad. And I don't think that they played their A game today. I don't know how you feel about it, but I didn't see the footballists that we see when they are winning, when they are playing the game. They were able to take one map out of Fnatic, and today I felt like they were out of tune, not into it. On the third map they gave up somehow. So I don't know how you feel. You know them particularly well, I think.
Yeah, I feel like I kind of agree with you.
Yeah.
I think it was not the same aggression and confident footballist as we normally know. But also, you got to say that they have been playing 5 days in a row.
Yeah, 6
so,
today. Oh
yeah,
no, 5th today. 6th.
Yeah, so it's like it's mentally also draining. Like you need like we got lucky that we won few games, so we got always extra break. But those guys have been fighting since the first day, and it's not easy. I can tell you that. Even though it's just esports, but it's really draining mentally, and they cannot really practice also because they are playing every day. So I kind of understand it also.
You also, what about Na'Vi? Because I want to ask the same question. Do you feel like something was going on with Na'Vi? Because I think a lot of people expected Fnatic Na'Vi final and not Fnatic Liquid. So what did you make of them kind of losing early on?
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like I don't know what to say about them. I feel like they're just not the same team as they maybe have been, but we cannot know what's there behind the scenes, so I don't want to guess too much what's going on. But yeah, you can definitely see that they are not maybe the same confidence, because confidence is a big part of our game in general. So, you know, you saw it with us when we had the bad start of the season. You know, it builds up throughout the season, especially with us. So yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, let's take a look at the bracket. Here we go, there it is. Fnatic versus Team Liquid in the grand final. We haven't had this since, I think, 2021. Your first season, AIM VCT, so this is a throwback. Do you feel like a lot has changed, or is it the same kind of feel against this Fnatic?
I mean, the feel is the same, of course. You know, Fnatic is, even as the Orcs, you know, not just in Valorant, but all the other games, you know, it's also a big rivalry. And yeah, I think from the first rosters, there is only 4 players left in the both rosters. So
yeah.
But it's still exciting, you know. We battled at I think 2021. We battled us against each other like 6 times in like 3 weeks, and then we didn't face each other for almost a year. So it's also nice to be playing them against the 3rd time. And yeah, I'm super excited and get the revenge and lift the trophy, hopefully.
And will you allow yourself to go for crazier move than you do usually against them tomorrow? I mean, it's not like there is a huge...
Yeah, I think so. You always need a little bit spiciness, but also, yeah, I think
that's the moment for today.
Yeah, you need to be a little bit crazy, you know, sometimes to surprise a team like Fnatic. But yeah, I'm confident if we keep the same kind of style that we played today. I feel like it's gonna be a good match.
Well, Redguard running through with his knife.
Yeah, exactly.
Doing his thing.
Yeah, I like that. Shows the confidence we are having right now, so that's a good thing.
Oh yeah. Also, Mini, I spoke to him yesterday in an interview. Obviously, they get the 2 bans tomorrow. You guys don't get to ban anything. And I said, what are you gonna ban? And he said, Pearl. And to be honest, who cares? How would you like to respond to that? Because I feel like they're at a spot where they don't even know what to not play because they just want to play everything. I
mean, it's the same with us. Just ban Pearl and we don't care what. Our map pool is so strong right now, so I don't really care either. That just the Pearl is out of the way and I'm happy.
Right.
What do you think about that, PM?
Then who is going to ban Pearl, actually?
No, Fnatic have 2 bans.
Yeah, so we don't even have bans.
Yeah, it's like advantage, okay.
They'll ban Pearl, I assume. Mini said it yesterday as well.
Yeah.
But what would you ban against Liquid PM right now?
It's a tough call. Not Lotus, clearly not.
I think split or bind.
Yeah, split is an idea.
Yeah.
But I think that even you guys, you underestimate yourselves on split, so you're quite in place.
Yeah.
And which one bind? Fnatic likes bind, so could be a way also for Fnatic to get back in shape on bind because they had some hiccup on it.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe they go for the random. Maybe they ask you which map.
Yeah, maybe they should ban Lotus. You know, our Lotus have been pretty strong lately. So.
The mind games, Yompi,
sure.
the mind games. But of course, Fnatic, I feel like every team sort of throughout the season have been saying, you know, even if we lose to them, it doesn't feel like that big of a deal because they are a little bit above everyone else. Do you feel that way as well? You've lost to them a couple times already. So when you do lose to them, do you feel like, we still have to work a little bit harder to reach there? Or do you feel like we are good enough, we should be beating them?
I think the first time, yeah. When we lost in the regular season, you could feel that we were not ready. I think yesterday when we played, we were ready, and I think tomorrow when we play against them, we're gonna be ready. So, and it's a grand final and there is trophy on the line, so we are not gonna be backing off at all, and we're gonna absolutely go together there and play with confidence and show our game to them.
Oh, I like this, PM, I like this. Can they do it though, you think?
It's possible, yes. It's like you're making progress through the season, obviously, and you have the confidence and the momentum for you. And the thing is, Fnatic, I'm just waiting for them to know the failure and be like, okay, now we have an issue and we can't bounce back. So far, they always have the clutches, or they're able to lose their map and get back on track against the Turkish guys. So I think that tomorrow they will be on the A game, but later maybe if you cross them in Tokyo, I would be concerned for them. I would be concerned for them in Tokyo.
That's what happened in 2022, I think, champs as well, right? Around that time, it's always a good game when you guys play against each other.
Yeah,
but
I
since
agree.
this might be the last time we speak to you before you go to Tokyo, so I got a couple more questions. First, looking back this season, it's been a long season. It doesn't feel that long when you say like, oh, it's 8 weeks, you know.
Yeah.
But now you guys come here every single week. It does take a toll, I think. First of all, what was your favorite moment? Is there anything in particular that sticks out to you that you remember?
I mean, probably when we got all together here as a team, and of course when we qualified to Tokyo, that's probably the main. But also like just spending the time with each other, because Redcar couldn't join to our bootcamp before Brazil even, so we didn't have much time to spend with him or all fully together as a team. So I think the whole season just being together with the whole team has been super nice. But of course the qualifying to Tokyo was the main thing, and hopefully the nicest moment of the season comes tomorrow.
He really wants that trophy.
He wants it. What was the worst moment?
Worst moment?
PM.
What was the worst moment? Probably the first match, you know.
Yeah.
I think we had it. I think the third map against Vitality we had it. Lost a few clutches here and there and kinda screwed us over, but yeah, we don't remember those times anymore.
It was only the beginning.
Yeah, exactly so.
Just getting in shape.
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
What about you, PM? Best moment, worst moment?
Oh, best moment, winning against Koi, I would say. Worst moments, too many of them.
Oh no! Don't say that. I feel bad asking that question now. Well, my best moment is just seeing all of your faces every single week.
Oh, thank you.
It's so great to see you guys here. And last question before I let you go, Yampi. Anything you want to say to the teams that are waiting for you in Tokyo? Because I think some of them maybe didn't expect you to come this far, and some of them I've seen the Reddit, the VLR threads. I've seen them. They're really underestimating us. So you know, talk your trash.
Back at them.
I mean, if you guys are expecting the same team as we were in Brazil, it's a two completely different teams. So you should be ready for us. And yeah, hopefully we're gonna show our best there, and it should be good.
Nice. Thank you so much, Yampi, for joining us. Congratulations once again today.
Thank you so much for having me.
See you tomorrow. Thank you as well, PM, for joining me
My pleasure.
Cougar and Lotus on the desk as well today. Guys, there's only one day left. Can you believe it? One best of 5 to close out the season. We're going to be back tomorrow with the grand finals of VCT EMEA between Team Liquid and Fnatic. You don't want to miss this one, and we'll see you then.
One enemy
Hawk out! Blind.
One enemy.
Hawk out!
One enemy